I want this to eventually grow into a big, sprawling city, so I've added in a 6-lane highway that cuts mercilessly through this beautiful stretch of California coastline, including a long, sunken stretch that I imagine will act as a transition to the eastern suburbs. And after checking that the wind direction is north-northeast, I've removed some industrial rail from the southern part of what used to house the Fort Bragg lumber mill, but I've made sure to add in a bit of industrial rail just north of that site. Oh yeah, there really is nothing quite like starting a brand new city, however tricky it may be to get those first foundations in place. Anyways, I've named the city Port Isabel. Now this one is very much open to suggestions, so if you have a name and backstory suggestion that you think would be more fitting, let me know in the comments. And to provide a bit of context, I imagine Port Isabel is located somewhere in between Fort Bragg and San Francisco on the obviously Pacific coast of California. And I also imagine it to be the biggest city and port north of San Francisco and Oakland. Now importantly, we are playing with everything unlocked so that we can do exactly as we please, but not with unlimited money. So while we can do exactly as we please, we have to pay for it, importantly. We're gonna start with a controversial choice here, I think. I'm gonna add the Eastern European Central train station because I just think it has some features that kind of remind me of Spanish influences in Californian train stations, and the color scheme kind of fits as well. You don't have to agree, but I'm definitely going for this one. So yeah, I mean, the materials and the textures, probably not what you'd find in this part of California, but these white pillars and the yellow clock tower and the red roofing, I think it matches pretty well. Now I want to frame this beautiful central station as a viewpoint. It's something you're gonna see as you enter from east to west alongside the main avenues leading into town. Totally not planned, by the way. And then we're just gonna branch this out in a long, straight stretch. We may do changes, but this is just a start so that we achieve this look here. So we'll grab the continuous tool, and then I'm gonna find the 2 tiles out here at this edge of the station, and we're gonna branch all the way over to the 2 tiles on the opposite end. With this creation in place, we're going to remove this segment here and place a major roundabout in here. And we've got a lot of good choices here. So if we add this one in, that may just tie into like the yellow color scheme we're probably gonna see quite a bit of here in the California themed build. And then I'm gonna upgrade these 2 to async roads. We're also just gonna be upgrading this road here that runs parallel to the train station, make that a proper avenue as well. That is probably gonna be fitting with the type of development we'll be seeing here. Now, I don't know about you, but I always find the creation of the initial road layout of a new city to be a super overwhelming task. I never really know when I'm done or when to switch to zoning. Something I've found that helps is to have defined borders of the extent of the starting city. And to help define these borders a little better, I'm gonna be creating a ring road, but I need to buy a few additional tiles because I pretty much want the ring road to cover everything from the Pacific Ocean to the highway. So we're gonna move in here and buy, I think, these 2 tiles. We don't have to move into this space, and we're gonna buy these 2 tiles on this side. Okay, so this went from a small ring road project to adding a ton of additional infrastructure. I just kind of figured that we would have a pretty severe bottleneck down here when we started growing the city rapidly, because we had way too few on and off ramps from the freeway that cuts through. So safe to say, we've now got some added complexity that is very, very interesting to look at, if anything. And I just think getting this done early on is going to really benefit us in the long run. So it's a worthwhile investment, although it was a bit of a detour. We already have quite a few arterials in place, so if I can just get a few more down, that's pretty much just gonna frame the entire road layout. And we're gonna keep it a little simple and a little boring, but I'm gonna try my best to add a bit of variety and make some things look interesting as well. So something we could do out here, for instance, is just to kind of branch off here instead and create something interesting here. I also want to name some of these avenues to add a bit of character. So I was considering naming the main street here Broadway, because that is actually used in some places in California for like the main street. And then Myrtle Street will be Alameda Avenue. And as for Lindbergh Street, I think we're going to continue that all the way down to the coastline. So we're going to do a little breakup, just like we did with Alameda Avenue. And this one will go underneath, I think. It's gonna look more interesting. And let's just rename it to Pacific Boulevard, as it does make its way to the Pacific Ocean. And then for Thorn Street, which is the currently westernmost north to south main street, we'll name that something like Ocean Pass, just for a good time. And then I'm just gonna quickly redo the little arrangement we have here, because I actually want to make this half circle a little bigger and able to kind of wrap around the train station as well and lead some traffic to all this available space we also have. And we'll have to kind of figure out what we're gonna do, whether we're gonna like tunnel through or overpass, whatever the case may be. I think we're ready to start laying out the road layout, because we're already burning through our cash reserves and I have some pretty expensive things I need to buy here early on to establish the city. And we do have most of the main avenues in place. So I'm just going to do a quick run through of my thoughts on the road hierarchy here in Port Isabel and how we're going to lay out the actual blocks here in downtown. So to start with the hierarchy, the 4-lane avenues are like the top level. Then we're gonna transition to the regular vanilla 2-lane road. So I'm just gonna place one of these to kind of cut through here. It has half the capacity, 1 lane in either direction, and street side parking. We might use the 2-lane one-way roads as well. They have the same capacity, but just in one direction. The next level in the hierarchy actually has the exact same capacity, it's just aesthetically a little different, and it's this Suburban 2-lane road I created in the Road Builder mod. So it's the same road, it just doesn't have any markings, making it look a little more suburban in nature, basically. Now the next level below that is even more suburban in nature, and once again with the same actual capacity, because it's this suburban alley with a 25 miles per hour speed limit. So it's a slightly slower road, so I guess technically the capacity is lower. And it's even more suburban in nature because it's missing the sidewalks. As we move further down, we have the vanilla alleyway, which I'm probably going to be utilizing at places as well, just to make the road grid look a little more random and interesting. Now, most of the Southwest USA zones don't contain zones that are 6 tiles deep. It's either 5 or 4, or in the case of the row housing, 2 and 3. So to accommodate that, I'm just going to create a differently sized block throughout most of Port Isabel's downtown, which is probably going to be around 8 tiles deep. So it would be something like this. Let's get cracking.
take me to you. Waiting for you. For you. To take me to you. I'll be waiting for you. For you. For you. For you. To take me to you. Waiting for you. For you. To take me to you. I'll be waiting for you. For you. To take me to you. I'll be waiting, waiting for you, for you. I'll be waiting, waiting for you, for you. To take me to you. To take me to you. To take me to you. Waiting for you. For you. To take me to you. I'll be waiting for you. For you. To take me to you.
I think we're about ready to start placing down some things and actually grow the city. And this has to be one of the more creative road layouts I've ever created. Not really sure what happened here. I kind of imagined that there'd be like a sunken stretch of like expressway that would lead traffic to and from what used to be some real heavy industry out here. But ever since this has kind of closed up shop, only a stretch of it has been kept because it does provide easy flow of traffic into downtown. So we're gonna start with something very exciting, as we're gonna spend a bunch of money on parking lots. These are gonna be integral here in Port Isabel, at least from the get-go, and then as the city develops and maybe we conduct some votes, things might change. But for now, parking is very much a feature in here, and it's gonna be parking garages as well as just a lot of surface parking. And I'd rather just place this early on because it restricts the amount of zonable space, making the zoning task a little easier. And it's always a little painful to retrofit the parking into the city because you obviously have to demolish some stuff. Now, to make these look a little more unique, we're gonna use the incredible area bucket mod because it allows us to very easily replace an existing surface with another surface. The easiest way to showcase this is to just do it. So let's grab this pavement surface 02, and then if we click the this button here, enable area replacement, we can just click on an existing surface and it gets replaced with something else. And this is perfect because it's gonna make it very, very easy to make all our parking lots look a lot more distinct, at least for the color scheme we actually want to use. You see, that already looks a lot more realistic, because sometimes the developers of parking lots will use different materials or a different ratio of materials or whatever the case may be. They often have like different shades of, well, gray. Yeah, there's a joke in there somewhere, I know. Then we're gonna use the equally incredible Better Bulldozer mod to just kind of remove some features from some of these, so that if we have two of the same parking lot, we can just remove a few props. For instance, the fence from this version, but not this version. But over here, we're going to remove the little building on the side. And of course, you can use parking lot roads as well for like a slightly cheaper, more modular option. So I've just added a few segments and upgraded ones in a few places just to kind of have those in place as well. We're gonna move into adding some signature buildings, starting with a couple of colorful, really distinct looking residential buildings here. And I like to place some signature buildings up front in my downtown before I start zoning everything, because they usually have pretty distinctive footprints, so they're usually quite bigger than zonable lots. And obviously, since you manually place them, they retain a unique look. I also went for this architect's mansion, but I'm actually imagining that this is like an art gallery of sorts here in Port Isabel. I kind of think the architecture matches that overall vibe, so yeah, kind of went for that one. But yeah, more apartment buildings, and generally you'll find that I don't really place any skyscrapers. Maybe one or two buildings you could classify as a skyscraper, but otherwise I kind of want this mid-rise or even lower mid-rise look in Port Isabel for now at least. I'm also making sure to add plenty of mixed use alongside the main streets, especially Broadway, because that's gonna enable us to have quite a few storefronts at like the lower floors, which is just gonna move in more people, you know. Adding a few malls, I guess, and this beautiful Sunshine Hotel has to be placed very centrally in downtown. I think that's no discussion there. And then some of the other remaining Southwest signature commercial assets for all the hipsters. Actually, we're adding a few more mid-rises, some modern, some old. A few additional malls as well, including one of the newer ones from the Chinese region pack. And the Eastern European hotel has a somewhat Californian color scheme, so that also goes in. And to really wrap up our signature spree, a couple of generic office buildings, including the new office tower from this Southwest USA pack. Alright, so I think we have a decent mid-rise skyline currently, and the whole point of this design is that eventually when the city really starts spreading, people will think that the skyline is a little underwhelming for the actual size of the city. I think this is a very Californian thing. Anyways, functionally, we're already bleeding money, and I haven't even placed any parks or any service buildings yet, so let's get to the service buildings. I need parks and service buildings to be placed, and then we'll get to zoning. I promise. We'll zone in 2025. That's a promise. Anyways, I kind of want this northern part of the inner city to be slightly worse off than the southern part, so there needs to be like a visual difference in the level of buildings and the level of crime and poverty. The reason I think it makes sense for this northern part to be a little worse off is that there's going to be plenty of industry out here, adding pollution, and then much of this triangle here is kind of nestled in between some pretty heavy, infrastructure. There's an overpass here, there's a proper freeway here, there's like a noisy road here as well, so I think it just makes sense. Now, the way I'm gonna try and achieve this functionally is by directing more of my service coverage to the southern part of the inner city. And then we're gonna follow up and we'll see, whether this part actually levels up quicker than this part and whether there is an actual wealth disparity. It's gonna be an interesting experiment at least. So I think I'm gonna remove a few lanes because the first thing I wanna plop down is the elementary school, which is going to be heavily angled to the southern part of town. And it's a pretty sizable asset, and I want a bit of extra space so that eventually we can do some of these upgrades that require even more space if we need to. So with that placed, our deficit is even worse. I think as far as the fire department goes, we'll grab this new small station from the Southwest Fire Pack, and I am gonna place that somewhat centrally. Not necessarily in like the heart of downtown, but I wanted to face an easy access road, so I'll just get that placed here. Policing, I'm gonna grab once again the new Southwest Police Station, very nice asset. And I want to angle this towards the southern portion of the area, so let's see, I think this is a decent location. As for healthcare, once again we'll grab the small Southwest Medical Clinic, getting a lot of new service buildings to use here. And once again we're just gonna angle this towards the southern portion, so south of Broadway is like the main rule here, but the more south I can put it without it seeing odd, the better. Or I guess the worse for the northern part of town. It's a little morbid, this whole experiment, but I'm just trying to create something realistic here. Let's place that alongside Dean Street. As far as death care coverage, we're gonna grab the custom medium cemetery I grabbed from PDX Marts. Good capacity and good amount of hearses, and it's much cheaper than going for the vanilla cemetery, and it's gonna be a lot cheaper than going for the crematorium. And I think we're gonna place this in the northern part of town. There are some pretty good opportunities here alongside Alameda Avenue, and maybe even moving it close to this little highway segment so I don't have housing right next to it. And now we just need to get some parks dotted around the place before we start zoning. So I'll grab this relatively new hedge park we got with one of the more recent patches. And I think we are gonna place that somewhere very centrally, maybe right here alongside Broadway. We'll grab the large city park from the vanilla game and move a bit further south. Maybe a spot like this. Seems I have to enable anarchy for whatever reason, but that's okay. We'll just kind of align that in the very center of this block. Yoink. Then we have the passage park. And I guess we need some sort of parks up here as well. I don't want the look to be too dramatic, and I'm actually doubting just how well we can achieve this wealth disparity look anyways. But I want a park, maybe this was turned into a park right next to the highway. Yeah, very nice. We have the multi-purpose park, which is also really cool. Let's just try and correct some of this road layout and just get it on the other side of Ocean Pass here. I'll add in a few large playgrounds and yeah, one in the north as well. I'm being way too kind now. And then some of the smaller parks as well. Now, when it comes to this initial zoning of Port Isabel's inner city, I'm going to use the super fast building option of the super fast building and leveling mod. This is essentially the same as moving into the simulation tab in the developer menu, moving down to economy and enabling super fast building spawning. And as the name might imply, this just means that whenever we zone a lot, it's going to instantly spawn and develop. Very important thing to note here, this does not mean that people or businesses are going to move into that building. It's not a way to kind of cheat the demand system. It's just a way to instantly know what the building is actually going to look like as soon as you zone it. And I find this super helpful when zoning out inner city starting areas in general, but especially if you're using all new zoning types where you're not super accustomed to how the 2x4 medium residential building looks, for instance. Much of the zoning is going to be a time lapse with some music, so we can cover a lot of distance in a short amount of time, but there are a few ground rules I want to follow and just kind of explain. Densities are going to be highest in the very heart of downtown. It's going to be a mixture of low, medium, and high density, and then as we move out to the, quote-unquote outskirts of the inner city area, we're going to drop the densities significantly. Additionally, zoning is going to be a little different alongside the major arterials. So for instance, alongside Alameda Avenue, it's going to be a lot of commercial as we move out here, and then just general density changes. But I am going to mix in some medium density stuff in all parts of the inner city, just to not have a too harsh transition to suburban sprawl, basically. Additionally, there are a few additional rules I want to follow. We've already tried to accommodate the fact that most of these new 7 southwest zones don't have buildings that are more than 5 tiles deep, by making sure that the block sizes are relatively small. But there are other quirks as well. For instance, many of the mixed-use buildings of the new southwest mixed-use housing theme don't actually have any corner lots. So just keep that in mind. If we choose to zone an entire block, like let's say this one, and we just hit play to let it super quickly develop, we'll get lots like this, where you effectively don't have, any windows or anything facing Broadway. Some of them look all right on corner lots, and others, as you can see, just don't look all that great. So you can either just zone it mixed use, as I've done here, and then we can move into one of the new zones that do have corner lots, such as the medium density. And then we can basically just choose to, let's grab the high density for this one, rezone these, let them develop, and then take a new look. And now things look a little better. We've got a bit of repetition here though, and we can kind of get around that by utilizing an entirely different zone and then just letting that redevelop. And I guess this also highlights how nice it is to have this super fast building thing enabled. Like I said, it's not really a hack because people aren't necessarily going to move in if you don't have the demand, but it just makes everything easier. And in general, it's just a trial and error process. So now that I know that the 2x4 high density housing building looks like this, then something I might want to do is just to kind of see if I can switch that zone to moving out here instead. And what I mean by that is that we can just use the mixed use here and then see if we can get it to spawn on the corner instead. And we could. I think this looks a tiny bit better, and the mixed use is at the very center of the lot, so it's not going to be any issues that there's no, corner piece here. Let's get zoning.
be where you, to be where you, to be where you are. To be where you, to be where you are. To be where you, to be where you, be where you are. To be where you, be where you are. Be where you, be where you, be where you are. To 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 be where you
All right, so that was a bit of a zoning marathon, but I hope you guys were able to pick up on my approach of this. And like I said, it's trial and error, block by block at times, which can be a little slow. But I think generally speaking, we've got a pretty sizable city now. And obviously, we've got a bit of a death care crisis as well. So I'm just going to pause the game. And I think we need a crematorium. And then we also just need more service upgrades. And just a bit more of everything, really. I think we're gonna start with the crematorium because that seems like a bit of an issue currently. I'm actually inclined to just kind of continue some of the road grids. Let's see out here. We do have a bit of space here. We've got an open block between Hamilton, Fawn, and Park Street. So why not just utilize that space instead of having to demolish anything? And I think we'll just move the crematorium. I want to move it real close to the highway. In fact, I may just try and angle it a bit, if I can, just to make it look a little better integrated. I'll angle it like that. And then I think for starters, we probably need the hearse garage. Oh, I might even be able to squeeze that in here. Can I disable snapping and cross my fingers that that is actually gonna work? That is gonna work. I'll cover that up with some trees and whatnot, and maybe just... Actually, now we're at it, let's just make sure that the surfaces here... Oh, whoops. I replaced the surface by accident. Let's just make sure the surface here connects. Just like that. It's a tiny thing, which I probably shouldn't be focused on right now, but it's just to make it look a little nicer. And let's hit play and just get these hearses out on the way. Let's see, we can dispatch 15, which is pretty good. Something else that we did think about when we placed the school, we're gonna need to expand it. So let's just see how much we're looking at. Oh, 500 additional capacity at least. So let's see, we're gonna add, I mean, just the additional classrooms alone would be enough, but the arts and music building is probably just a good place to start. And maybe an annex building. I mean, we do have the space for it, which kind of was the whole point of placing it out here. And if I'm a little cheeky and use anarchy, I can also angle this the way I want, but let's just add the annex building out here. That should very much be sufficient, and if you haven't noticed, we're making money, so I can actually afford this, which is obviously quite a joyful thing. And I think I'm gonna grab the one-way alley and just kind of see if I can move that all the way around the building, because it does have some surfaces that really are looking to connect. Not actually, there is a few on this side as well, so I'm just gonna get that connected up, and we'll just get a curve going here, just like that. It looks a little better. These are not, entry points that are actually necessary for the building to function, but it usually just looks better getting that connected up. Now, it might be a little early, but I'm very curious to see whether our experiment with making the northern part of town a little less desirable than the southern part of town actually play out. So there should be some tooling here. Land value should probably be the metric we're looking at. And I don't think I can really evaluate these colors, but I do get a specific land value of an area when I hover my mouse around it. So if we look at these southern parts here, alongside Pacific Lane, it seems like the land value is approaching 80 cents. 74, 75 here for Strawberry Lane. It's above 80 as we get closer to the school. It's even, it's looking like it's 100 cents here alongside the southern part of Alameda Avenue. Moving north, let's take Madison Lane. 75, 95, 75 cents, 65. Moving closer to the industry, 45. Okay, so there's a definite change here where the houses that are located very close to the industry do have a lower land value, but we can also see that from the graphic, right? We can actually see the impact that the industry is having, as well as the highway and the noise pollution it brings. But there's not a massive issue yet, and I guess, I mean, part of it is that the commute from this area to the school isn't actually that long, but I think it's obvious that there are a few more buildings down here that add to the land value. Although we did also end up having quite a dense cluster here in between Alameda Avenue and Umber Street. And I didn't mean for this building to grow this tall, but I zoned it, it kind of popped out, and I'm like, you know, it adds a fun little thing to the skyline, so I think we're just gonna keep it. The next big plan is going to bring the freeway, this interstate system, eastwards and inlands, because we've got a lot of empty space here that is going to be completely swallowed by suburban sprawl as we continue to develop Port Isabel. And I only think it'd be realistic to have some actual, you know, maybe a sunken highway or an elevated segment, one or the other, kind of stretch through this area. And I think we're gonna branch off from here and create a complex interchange. But before we do that, it seems I have my very first traffic issue to solve, which is always exciting. We're seeing a ton of traffic moving in from the north, and we don't have all that many lanes to actually handle this. So in best American fashion, we're just gonna increase the amount of lanes. And I think this is the main bottleneck, so we'll make an async road, adding one additional lane right here. And we'll use this version for the street segments, adding in an additional lane as you move into town. And then we'll move in here and upgrade this to a highway version of the async road. That is gonna mess a bit with zoning, but that is a sacrifice I am willing to make in the name of progress, to add more lanes, basically. There we go. We'll just let these guys regrow. That shouldn't be an issue. Also, a lot of the traffic seems to be taxis, but I don't have any taxi depots, so they all originate in outside cities. Not just to bring people in, but I guess to actually move people around. So instead of providing public transportation, at this point in time at least, we're gonna build a taxi depot of our own. Let's see, I need to find a good location, somewhere where I can just about squeeze in this building. And maybe right here, at least with Anarchy, it's a pretty decent fit. I'll get rid of the industry here and this little lane that is causing issues with this freight line rail. And then I think we need the dispatch center upgrade, because I'm not gonna make dedicated taxi stands right now, at least. And then in Californian-inspired, we should probably do the electric taxis upgrade as well. It's only 1/4 of the fleet which is replaced by electric taxis. So it's not like Norwegian levels, but it's pretty good. We're gonna add that as well. And then right before we hit play and hopefully see all 25 vehicles dispatch in this cool new fashion where they actually move away from the parking spots, one additional change I want to do to our industrial district is I want to grab a light color scheme, such as this one, and paste that across much of the warehouses out here. Because I find that in many warehouse districts around the world, and especially in California, many of these warehouses have pretty light like color schemes and roofs. I'm going to keep a few of those that have slightly different colors as well. I don't mind that, but it's just to make the whole thing a little more uniform and really look like a warehouse district. And I do feel that the white or roofing aluminum panels or whatever it is, probably some cheap sheet metal actually, kind of helps with that. Yeah, I think that looks a lot better. Anyways, let's watch how this coolness unfolds. I mean, from the angle of this taxi, it does feel kind of Californian. As you guys can see and probably saw during the time-lapse, I added in quite a few palm trees, but mainly along some of the roads here and not so much in the quote-unquote wild. I imagine most of these are planted for whatever reason, but it's not something that grows extensively in the wild here in this slightly more northern part of California. We're not too far north from San Francisco, Like I said, we're probably more south from Fort Bragg than we are north from San Francisco, but you know, it's not exactly San Diego. But moving on from our taxi trip, let's tackle this monster project here. We need to buy a few additional tiles, but I mean, our economy is all right without being great, so hopefully I can afford at least these 2 tiles without going in the negative. It's gonna be close though, 51k a month. It's almost 2k per day, so yeah. We're not making a ton of money anymore. Something else I need to be careful about is that on this wonderful map we have quite a few like small creeks and you know, water sources here that create this wonderful area that's cutting through here with the river, and I want to avoid disrupting these or removing these and kind of respect the effort to put these into the map. So we're gonna at least have to make a bit of a turn here, and I think we're gonna make a sunken stretch again. It just feels so Californian and it's just so cool to look at. So the first step we're gonna do is we're gonna upgrade this to dedicated highway segments. Let's just pause for a moment and get these things upgraded. We don't have any zoning here anyways, so I think it's fitting just like that. And with this in place, I probably need to remove this segment and okay, let's see, I gotta think here. So we're gonna need at least 6 lanes, just as with this freeway. I think at least we can always downgrade to 4 lanes if that makes sense. But the first thing we're gonna do is we're just gonna grab one little segment here and just make sure we branch off. And I think, should we already start lowering into the ground? Not yet. I need to get the actual interchange in place. Otherwise all the connections gonna be funky. We'll grab the 3-laner, enable parallel mode to get a 6-lane in place, the continuous tool, and then this is where we'll get our on and off ramps. But this is gonna be very interesting indeed. Okay, so I'm gonna click here, then we're gonna enable constant slope, we're gonna enable ground mode, and then we're gonna go down by, let's see, probably 8 3/4, something like this. Yes. And then we'll avoid the water source here, so we're gonna cut underneath the main road. This would be, what is this? Broadway? It's Broadway, yes, of course. We'll cut underneath Broadway and kind of straighten up as we move out here. But I don't want it to be entirely straight. I don't mind that there's like, you know, that it has a few curves and whatnot. And then this area is a little weird, so I don't think we're gonna continue it any further. All right, that seemed to work out fairly well. Now the connection part here is going to be super interesting. So I think we're going to do away with some of the current stuff we have in place here, because we need to branch off right about here to ensure a proper connection. And we need some form of overpass from where we're going to do this. Actually, we could probably just connect to this part here. We're going to have to remove this as well. I think I know how to approach this segment, so why not start with what I feel confident about? Although that may, of course, change rather quickly as we actually dig into this, but let's upgrade this to a 4-lane segment and just ensure that we can simply branch out from here. There we go, and then we'll make this connection here. We'll create this connection as well, please. Yes, we can use move it to make that look a little more pretty. It is very ugly right now. Then I need to branch out right up here as before, and then we'll just do one that continues and connects directly down here to the highway. But it needs to happen as early as possible, because this segment here is kind of dangerous, but that's just how it's gonna be, I think. And it's not entirely unrealistic. In fact, we have one in my city where when you merge on, there's an off ramp as well, pretty close by. So you know, you really gotta focus on what you're actually doing as you either exit or enter the highway. So I don't think that's entirely unrealistic, but we'll just make sure we get the upgrades here in place and then reassess. Alright, so we're ready to try the simple solution, which is just to bring an off-ramp to right to this bridge here. And then we can try and make like an async section to make getting onto this a little easier. Yeah, I haven't really thought this through, but I guess that's part of the charm, or the fun, or the frustration for you as a viewer. That's your pick. I find it fun at least. So let's see. We'll need to branch off here and just connect. I say just connect, and of course it's a little tricky. Just like that. This looks like a mess, but we'll get that fixed. And then let's say we have a 5-lane async version here. So if I can just do something like this, then that actually looks fairly all right, I would say. Although, of course, this segment does look a tiny bit weird now. But I guess if I just... Actually, let's see if I grab this one. Can I just kind of center that a little more through that upgrade? I think I can. Not bad at all, actually. And it even it created the lane, like the lanes I want. And what a mess this has turned out to be. I absolutely love it. It's perfect. Perfectly chaotic. Oh man, let's see if we can add a bridge. Actually, wait a minute. Let's just do a quick branching off from this part of Broadway, just so we get some additional nodes and we can kind of limit the size of the bridges so that they don't look too funky. So let's see, we'll just branch out around here, I think, and we'll move this way too. We don't have to go for a ground solution. We can move these very, very close together, at least something like this. And then we can turn this into a bridge, and of course this big stretch here. And it's always so cool. We're gonna have a ton of bridges moving across here, because obviously the actual road layout we'll be building out here came first. Some of the segments might be a couple of 100 years old, which is old for California. So we'll just have bridges crossing a ton of bridges, just like we have here alongside the inner city here. Tons of weird bridges moving across. I'm really not planning to do a ton of development out here, because this episode is way too long as is, but I think that this oddly shaped triangle here, with an area that has obviously been really carved up and harmed by the freeway construction, would be fitting for a bit of warehouse industry and maybe a few service buildings that we probably need as well. So I'm just gonna grab the Suburban road that we've used so extensively, and then maybe just branch off from around here so that we kind of use the same intersection that's already there. We'll just bring a road down here, and then perhaps the wide alley, which is a road I do enjoy using for industry, obviously. And we'll just branch real close to the freeway and just kind of move up here and try and add a little connection. We're gonna need a road maintenance depot, because I am starting to see some issues with our traffic, or rather we had a few crashes earlier, and that's partly because some of the highways especially are in a pretty bad state already. So we're gonna, that's a perfect fit without me planning for it. So that's pretty nice, but there's, yeah, just about space for this guy here. Get that right in there, and then obviously we can't do without a bit of parking, a bit of surface parking, and then some good old zoning with my own low density warehouse theme, which is basically just some industry without smokestacks and without any ground and air pollution as a result of not having those smokestacks in place. Pretty cool. We'll just grab the bright color scheme we used out here with recolor. Make sure to colorize these. Maybe even this actual maintenance building as well. And there you have it. So to move from industry to something else entirely, our Central Park is looking very barren currently. So this is really something I want to do just for the overall aesthetics of Port Isabel. And I have a bit of a wacky idea that I hope is going to work, but I'm not quite sure. So one of these, let's see, one of these large parks we had with the modern architecture pack. This one is definitely not a fit. But this one, I mean, if I pause and I enable anarchy, I am able to, I think this is centering it perfectly. And then obviously it's a bit of an overlap, which isn't great, but I don't think there's going to be many people like hanging out in these areas. So if I just move in and remove a few of these props here, like some of these light poles, a few of the trees, and any other prop that might just kind of cut into our little roundabout here, then I think we can make something nice out of this. So far so good, no pathing complaints or any other issues, but we need to kind of integrate this a little better and just frame it a little better as well. So let's just see if we can grab the small pedestrian street and then branch off from kind of where the edge of the park is, right here, I guess. And then if we go for like an 80-degree angle, so we're gonna make sure we don't have any snapping enabled, and we'll go for 80 degrees spawned from the train station, as you can see up there. Just move straight through. We should now be able to a little easier adjust the surfaces here so that they kind of fit within the pedestrian street and make this look a whole lot better so that it doesn't stick out like a sore thumb currently. Let's just see. I mean, I think that works. Something that we'll need to do, but which we can easily do now that we have these additional nodes due to this crossing, is just upgrade this to a keyed segment. And that is pretty cool. I'm gonna add in some super simple paths and a bunch of trees, and then we're gonna wait for another day with the heavy detailing of this park.
Too many years I've been suffering here, burning down right now. And I don't know where I run to, but it could be oblivion. I dream I was making love to a whole new life. Learn my lesson once, I'll skip the reminder. Always left for me if I turn around. You let me down. I need your validation. I'm here to get my stove, picking up the pieces of the puzzle you blew up. Wondering if I could change a thing to make it work. This hurts. You let me down. You let me down.
I think it's amazing what a few wiggly pathways and a bunch of trees can actually do to an area. Really does resemble a park, even though it doesn't really provide the same attractiveness or like a land value bonus as placing down an actual park. Anyways, I think the final area I wanna see if I can fix and fill out before we wrap up this way too long first episode is this art space next to the train station. And I kind of want to do one medium to high density development and one development that is very low density. So I think for this purpose, I probably need to re-upgrade this to an avenue again, at least this segment right here. And then we're gonna grab the Suburban two-way road, and we're just gonna disable snapping and have a snaky road that just kind of makes its way through this area. This one might even be a little too wide. Is the Suburban alley any? Yeah, it's actually gonna be the Suburban alley instead. Yank. So I want some sort of high-rise or mid-rise right on this corner, and the rest is going to be a detached house with very little garden that is just kind of copy-pasted everywhere. So it's going to be interesting. We're going to grab one of the houses from the new pack. And as far as I know, we can now change the alignment of Find It. Oh my goodness, that is nice. Yeah, I definitely prefer this view here. Anyways, what I was saying is that we can grab something from the Southwest style that is high density, and I think these are... there are 5 tiles wide, 4 tiles deep. So it's gonna be one of these we'll be placing, and let's just see what sort of building I can find. I don't want one of the super tall ones, so maybe I'll just grab this one and kind of stitch that together twice, if that is gonna be feasible. Oh, they actually have like pool spaces and stuff on top. Is there a slightly taller version? There is this one. So I guess we could kind of stitch those two together. Okay, so if I place this one right here and we grab good old Move It, and we just kind of angle this slightly, and we move that in to the building. Yeah, something like this. Anyways, the next part is going to be quite a density transition. Very Californian, I should hope. So lot width is probably just going to be 2. I wonder if we can stick with the Southwest pack. I think that would be very fitting. So something that is maybe 2 by 3 and potentially looks a little more fancy, even though it technically isn't fancy, at least not with this location here. So let's see, we're gonna grab one of the higher levels, I think, because they're less likely to just spawn anywhere in the wild. So we'll grab these. I think we'll grab these level 4s. Are there even smaller versions? There actually are. Can I fit in? I wouldn't be able to fit in all that many of those. So I think we're gonna go for these. The level 4s, and then we'll just disable any snapping. We'll make sure we have anarchy on, and then we'll just get these placed very, very, very closely together. And then a slight adjustment of the road, where we can just bring these a little further back. We do have a bit of space. Actually, we have plenty of space. Look how far from the train tracks these are. And then we can move these a little closer together so that they don't really clip into the towers right out the back. And then we'll need a tiny, tiny alleyway just to ensure that these guys have road connection. Yank. We even have space for a row out front. Plenty of space. Isn't that a beautiful development? Then we'll be adding in a few trees and call it a day. I mean, if you do enjoy looking at trains when we eventually get some lines established, then this isn't a too bad location, right? I know I said this would be the last build, but I definitely need to create like at least one additional development just like that, you know, single developer. This time we're gonna go for some medium density, once again from the new Southwestern pack. And maybe, just maybe, we can, let's see if we can align a couple of these and just make that look all right. Now these have no facades on the sides or windows. So we're gonna have to create our own quote-unquote corner lots, and I can already see the pathing issues arise. It's gonna be interesting to see if this is actually gonna work. We're gonna give it a go, and hopefully a bit of Move It magic can get things sorted. We don't have to have them this far pushed from the road, I guess. So that is one change we can make. So if I can just move a little closer to, yes, that does seem to do the trick. So in this configuration, I might just have enough space to actually get a bit of parking in place. It's gonna be a little tricky, but if we add a few of these very, very small lanes to just kind of cut through where I have a bit of space. Just like that. And then maybe we'll grab, let's see, this one. There's perfect space for this parking lot to kind of move through here, and just add a bit of parking right back here. Let's have a look. Maybe get rid of a few of my trees, of course. That is perfect. Such a simple little build, but it just adds so much character to the city to have stuff like this. And I think that is it for the first episode of Port Isabel. The city without a port. We'll get there eventually. I plan to add a pretty sizable port. And as you guys can probably see, I've added in some districts as well. Now, I guess some of the names are subject to change if you guys have some good suggestions. But I'd much rather you focus on suggestions for what we're to build next. There are so many practical things we're missing, such as the actual port, and we desperately need more workplaces because unemployment is just rampant. But we also need a rail yard. We need to expand the rail line to the south to eventually connect to the Bay Area. We need to get the trains actually going, and we need to start the sprawling masses to the east as well. Get some of this stuff built up, which is going to be a ton of fun. But this is what we have so far, and I'm pretty happy with what we've achieved in this video, although it's gonna be a long one. So as a quick recap, we have a downtown, and I'm just gonna add a super simple surface in here and a few trees before the cinematics. I just remembered that. Now, downtown is a pretty nice district. There's a lot of surface parking and a lot of difference in densities here, but it looks so random, and to me at least, pretty realistic. It has a few central parks, the most notable being the Pacific Park complex. Let's move just north of downtown where we have a mercado. I think this means market in Spanish. And I considered uptown as well, but that's kind of boring. But basically what I'm trying to capture with this name is that this is very much a transitionary area. It's not nearly as dense as downtown, but there is quite a bit of medium density and even a high-rise out here in this slightly dense cluster between Alameda Avenue and Umber Street. And it should contain the new district we just made. That's something we just need to get fixed. Yank. That makes more sense, I think. And then as we move north from Mercado, we move to the creatively named north side. Yeah, this is mainly just low density sprawl with a mixed in medium density as well, just to kind of break it up a little bit. To the immediate west of north side, we have Timberwork. This is one of the oldest original industrial districts in Port Isabel. The city initially grew due to massive timber exports from the hills and mountains, leaving for other nations and to move down the Pacific coastline here. So it still bears the name, although today it's a pretty varied manufacturing and warehouse district, although I imagine timber is still going to be a major export here, but we're yet to build that infrastructure just yet. Let's move south from Timberwork. Bright Hill is a bit of a small, half-empty district for now at least. Contains the train station, a bit of industry as well, some train tracks, and a very mixed density area here. Lots of traffic and activity here, as this is one of the main arterials cutting through. This is of course the Ocean Pass. And then if we move south from Bright Hill, we have Vista. I might break this up into two neighborhoods, make them a little thicker, but a lot less taller, and maybe just have North Vista and South Vista or something. But for now, it's pretty low density. Has a few parks and whatnot. Just east of Vista, we have, once again, creatively named South Isabel. I actually don't mind the name. Yeah. Moving north, we have Lower City. This is inspired by my adventures in the World of Warcraft many years ago, and I just needed a name for something that is just south of downtown, and just like Mercado, it has a slightly more dense vibe. than, as when we move further out, although this lower city seems to be a lot less dense than Mercado. And I guess the resident count actually also kind of proves that, because I guess lower city has a smaller footprint as well, but it has less than half the population, so I guess it all adds up. Now, Santa Rosa is the historic row house district here in Port Isabel, so there probably used to be more of these beautiful, colorful row houses many years ago, but, redevelopment, freeways, all that good stuff that people do in American cities means that not too much of it has been preserved. So Santa Rosa has the largest concentration of it, and then you'll find like small clusters elsewhere. To wrap things up, we have the Talbot Industrial Park, and I guess this was named something else right up till around the 1960s, when the federal government started funding these massive freeways to cut through what probably used to be a thriving district here. Who knows? Now it's the Talbot Industrial Park, because as we talked about earlier, much of the land very close or adjacent to the freeway has been redeveloped or rezoned for commercial and industrial purposes, and there are actually no residents at all in Talbot Industrial Park currently. We've just founded the city of Port Isabel, located on the Pacific coast of Northern California. And while it will eventually grow into the biggest city and port north of San Francisco, our highway network needs to be expanded quite a bit to match that expectation. Additionally, our focus on rapid expansion has also spawned a few citywide issues that need fixing to not spiral out of control. As always, if you've got a suggestion for what you feel the city needs next, or maybe even a new name and story for it, as I'm not necessarily fully settled on Port Isabel, feel free to drop a comment. Also, we've just surpassed 150,000 subscribers, which is mind-boggling. So thank you. I do have some pretty ambitious plans for 2025, so I'm super happy that I get to share bigger and better projects with all of you. Anyways, let's build some stuff. Alright, so I'm very happy with how far we got with the actual city as well as the highway network during the first episode, but it hasn't been without its consequences, and there are quite a few functional issues that we need to attend to here in Port Isabel. So even though I have a super cool but also slightly wacky idea to branch off the freeway here, move west with a sunken segment that might eventually reach the port, but nonetheless will require some pretty crazy infrastructure here, I think we gotta deal with some of the functional issues at first. The three main issues I can identify is that we don't have enough ambulances to cover the entire city, which isn't a surprise because we have 3 in total currently. Then we don't have enough customers for all the businesses located in downtown. We can remedy that by just bringing in more people. And then another pretty grave issue is that I didn't put down a recycling center or an incineration plant, so garbage is slowly piling up across the city. Oh, and there's a pretty big Californian-themed elephant in the room as well, because if we look at our workforce, we see that the total average unemployment is 39%. So we definitely need to provide more jobs as well. So let's start with some better service coverage, as that will also slightly alleviate the unemployment situation. We'll start with the healthcare issue. Generally, if we look at the statistic, things are looking pretty terrible here as well, but it makes sense. If you can't be reached by an ambulance, you're not gonna get proper care. So let's see, we have the Lower City Dean Street General Clinic, quite a mouthful in place here. And it only has 3 ambulances and they are in constant use. So we're going to add the extension wing and extra ambulances, which will give us a 30 patient capacity upgrade as well as 3 additional ambulances. So let's just get that upgrade added. Let's see if we can find them. They've got 3 new service parking lots here. We should see these dispatched shortly. But this is probably not gonna cut it, so I would like to place a downtown clinic as well, somewhere within the downtown core at least. So let's just have a look. We've got a lot of stuff available to us with all these region packs and the 2 DLCs. So this is just an awesome luxury problem to have of which building to actually pick. And I might... this is a little too big, but otherwise this might actually be a cool addition, the Eastern European themed medical clinic, because it actually kind of looks like a proper hospital, you know. Let's just let's try and remove this entire block here and actually just try and get this placed. Let's see, it's $60,000. It has a 300 patient capacity and 9 ambulances, so this should keep us covered for quite a while. And let's see, I just want to have it angle towards Briarwood Street, I think. It's going to be a good fit out here as well. I wonder if I can color it white. So if I can grab the color scheme of one of the warehouses we've got out here, can I then... I mean, I could sort of color it white, actually. I can make it pretty bright looking. All right, I think that's fine. Doesn't have any upgrades, but I wouldn't be adding any anyways. And for good measure, let's just get it named the Downtown Community Hospital for a generic simple start. Then we need some proper garbage collection, and I contemplated using the Japanese themed recycling center because it has the same cost and the same stats as the vanilla recycling center. But it's a much smaller footprint. It's much more condensed compared to this bad boy. But then I figured, I mean, the whole point of the design here, at least part of it, is to actually have this be a real sprawling Californian city. So why not pick the sprawling option? So I think we're actually just gonna pick the big one and completely disregard any size advantages we could get from grabbing the Japanese themed one, even though that one is also pretty cool. So I am just gonna make a bit of space out here, and I think we're just gonna place it alongside Willow Street, and then we're going to just expand the Talbot Industrial Park so that it kind of follows the avenue here, and so that we can add in more workplaces out here as well. It's a pretty sizable district now. Now, this will force this avenue here to make a bit of a turn to actually move alongside, but I think that's fine. It's one of those things that is going to look more organic when we see it in action. So I can bring the avenue down to around here and then enable all snapping, the complex curve mode, and just get these segments connected. And then for good measure, we're just going to continue that a little more eastwards. Now, as soon as we see employees being hired here, we should start seeing all the 15 garbage trucks getting to use, and yeah, it seems like they're all immediately leaving for the city to fix our trash issue, which is fantastic. Now, while we're at it, let's add in a few more jobs to the city by filling out Talbot out here, because we do have lots of space for a proper warehouse district. I think I want to redo this road at first, maybe. It's a bit of a legacy road from when we created the initial ring roads. So I'm just gonna grab the Suburban road here and maybe just continue that to actually maybe just intersect, and then I guess I can do something weird here just to make things a little weird. Yeah, something like that. And then I'll just be connecting these up so that we have more zonable space. Maybe move in here as well. I'll be adding in a bit of surface parking, but not too much. I think this is an area that is still very much active, and I mean, I need the jobs as well, so I can't be adding in too much in terms of parking, because obviously that's gonna remove zoning availability. And I think we've got a bit of industrial demand, but office demand as well, but very little in terms of actual office development throughout the city. So I am also going to be adding in some offices out here just to make it look a little more varied. And I'm pretty confident that we can recolor these offices in the white color scheme we've used for our warehouse districts. And by doing that, I think they're gonna look pretty well integrated with the industry we're creating out here. But time will tell. Everything has spawned now, so let's just move out here and grab this color scheme. And I wonder if I can recolor the recyclings. I can. Looks pretty cool. So we'll make sure to recolor most of this in this white color scheme. And actually I think the office buildings blend in fairly well out here. They actually do look the part. And I may even add just a bit of low density commercial as well. Just to kind of, and maybe some normal industrial manufacturing as well. Just to kind of break up the repetition we're seeing here. That helped a little bit. In terms of detailing, I want to keep things super simple. Just some of the vanilla surfaces added in places where I don't really think we should have these grassy patches. Yeah, pretty much something like this actually. And then plenty of decals used. Because there's just so much value to adding these, especially to the parking lots and industrial areas, and it doesn't take any time. Now I think we just need a couple of ramps to allow for easy freeway access. So let's see if we can just upgrade a segment or two around here. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need to disable snapping unfortunately for the best control. So we'll have an off ramp connecting to this crossing and maybe one connecting up here as well. Let's see if we can, yeah, let's see if we can just make that work. We'll give it a go. Grabbing the one laner and then we'll connect down here, and this is gonna be a bit of a tight squeeze. Disable all snapping so that we can really just have the ability to really move with some freeform here. We're gonna ruin this building, but guess that's all right. Then we'll just enable some snapping and upgrade this to a 2-laner right before it intersects with the roads. A few key walls and they should be looking pretty good. Something like this maybe. We'll just add the key walls up here as well because it kind of adds like a retaining wall. Although I can see I've messed up something here. There you go. Just trying to adjust this, make it look a little better. The other off ramp should be even simpler. We don't have any buildings or anything to really contend with here. So let's see, we'll just find a good spot. Once again, without snapping, we'll move up and connect to this spot right here. And do the same upgrade, adding in an additional lane on the inside, I think. Just checking that it doesn't look too wonky as far as like elevation goes, but I don't think it's too bad actually. So I would say that works as well. So for now, Talbot Industrial Park is providing around 900 jobs, which isn't too bad. And if we have a look at our workforce, unemployment has dropped to 32-ish%. So I guess things are improving. But let's get to the crazy highway project. I guess it's just going to be trial and error. But we're going to use the same technique we used in the first episode. So I'm going to grab the 2-laners this time around, so 4 lanes in total. We're going to enable parallel mode, disable any snapping, and then we will enable ground mode. And then we're going to lower it around 875, I think. And then continuous tool, let's just see. And maybe enable contour lines for good measure. And then we're just gonna drag underneath here and make a cross into the quote-unquote interior as we move through this space. And I don't think we're gonna go, I'm just gonna make it straight here. We're gonna go much further than around here, where I think we're going to intersect with one of the main avenues, maybe this one. Before we get to any on and off ramps, I want to add a bit of a road layout out here so we also have some crossing bridges we can intersect with. And I think this is a good time to kind of just break up the grid a bit and maybe angle a grid out here at a bit of a different angle than much of the remaining city. So I think to do this, we're just gonna grab the Suburban 2-lane road here, and then I'll have a segment that more or less runs parallel to the highway. Something like this, and then I'll just branch out a small road grid from this road here. And I think out here we are gonna use a bit of an easy method to not have weird zoning here by just designating this as like a triangular park of some sort. We can just grab this road here and I move that through as the main road cutting through this area, just like that, and then this will be a designated park. We're gonna be bringing these roads across and starting the same grid on the other side here. We've got quite a few bridges to upgrade, and then we'll just assess whether we need to do any changes. I think this looks all right, but this road here, the original ring road we created, is looking maybe a little outdated by now. So if we try and just maybe upgrade it to a highway on its own, and then if we make a bit of a curved segment here, we can do some sort of cool connection to this road. On second thought, I've decided to re-upgrade this road to an avenue instead, because I think it should be zonable. It's a pretty central location, and I've continued it for a little while down here as well. We can pretty easily then, I guess, integrate it to this road layout as well. I'm really debating with myself, like a true narcissist, whether to actually just continue the Sunken stretch all the way down to the port. And maybe we'll just do like a fast road of some sort. So we are going to bring it to the surface, quote unquote, and then have at-grade crossings, but we'll just make sure that it has, you know, a high capacity and can bring you pretty quickly down to the port without too many intersections. But before planning any of that, I should really just focus on getting this thing connected up out here, because otherwise we aren't really gonna see much traffic in the first place. I guess I already have some decisions to make here. Let's see. I think we should grab the avenue here and probably just continue bringing that across, because we can never really have enough of these major arterials in our Californian themed city. We are gonna wreck a bit of zoning, a few households, but I mean, that's par for the course when we were building a US road infrastructure. And then, let's see. I guess there should be an off-ramp here connecting up here as well. And then we need to connect this to a crossing here as well. And then we need an on-ramp to get in the northbound direction as well. So quite a few things to plan out. I wonder if it's gonna work if I just kind of angle this a little bit in this direction, maybe bring it back a little more, because I kind of need this segment to be at an incline, because it needs to be ground level as it connects to the southbound direction, and then I need to cross above the freeway here. So yeah, it's just one of those things that probably just make more sense when we actually get to building it. So let's just get to it. We're going to branch out from here at 180, and then ideally I want to have it immediately turn into an elevated segment and be 7.5 meters above, and then we can always use move it to adjust that if that doesn't seem like enough, but I think it should. And then if we just move to around here, I'm hopeful we can pretty easily connect to this. And then I think I'd want to upgrade this to a 2-lane segment, and then then I'll need to do something similar here. Let's see. So I think we're gonna add in an additional node around this place, and then we'll just upgrade this small segment. And we need to do this early on because there's a bit of a height difference here, so it needs to be around this part, I think. Removing any snapping. Oh, is this actually gonna work? I think it is, but it might require a bit of move it magic once more. Okay, so let's see if we can connect up to this segment and make that look all right. I think we can. Now we should be able to, yeah, we can remove this little stopped piece now. And we need to turn this into a bridge segment. Both of them actually, this one as well. And things are getting messy now. I love it. Just makes everything so interesting. Okay, so this node definitely needs to be raised a bit because there's a bit too sharp a drop here, it seems. Something like this, and this node needs to be lowered, but we can bring that a little closer, I think, to this node here. Oh wait, that's not a node, that's a tree. You know, it's all about nodes and move it stuff now. Okay, so it's starting to look all right, and this segment doesn't need to be elevated. I'm not really sure why I insisted on that. And let's see, we'll need to downgrade this to a single laner once more. Just like that. And then, of course, maybe a few key walls, if anything. Things are really getting complex now, but I imagine the next two ramps to be a little easier. So there's gonna be the one we connect from this stretch here, not as a bridge, but a ground level. And I'm hopeful we can just use the simple curve tool actually and just directly connect that up here. Would be a nice with just one easy, super easy connection. And does that work? It almost works. If I could just tweak some of these a bit. Yes, now we're talking. It almost avoids the pillar here, but we can bring that back a little bit. Let's just grab the actual node and just bring that back a little bit. There you go. Now we're talking. It's a bit of a wonky height difference here, and imagine if I just lower... No, that's not gonna work. I need to move all the way down here. There was a small hump here. Don't know if you guys saw it, but it did catch my eye. And we'll just add keys here, you know, as barriers actually. And of course, let's not forget about the on-ramp, which is going to move from this existing crossing and down to this part here. So hopefully a complex curve with just a bit of snapping is going to achieve what we want. So let's see. One click and we'll move down. Disable all snapping, sorry. Click once more and then just the smoothest connection we can. 6.1% decline is just fine. We'll add in some key walls for good measure. And let's just have a look. I mean, besides the fact that you're going to be impaled by branches if you try to make the trip to the freeway right now, before I remove the trees, then it's actually looking fairly alright. We do have an additional node here, which is probably one too many, but more importantly, I just need the height to be adjusted. I need to lower them a little bit because there's plenty of clearance here, I would say. So the final one is this connection, which is hopefully going to be just as easy. And we might even just do a simple curve here and just see if we can find the right spot to connect. Yoink. That seemed to work on the very first go. Oh man, how you doing down there, buddy? Let's just move your chimney out of the way. There you go. I just noticed I've placed a dog park here. Oh man, it's a great place for your dog to de-stress, huh? With this absolute beauty in place, I think we're gonna jump into a small time lapse and just get some on and off ramps in place here. I think we've ended up with a pretty interesting layout out here, but I can't wait to get some actual development done, because that's when we're gonna see the traffic actually flow, and hopefully there's gonna be plenty of use for this new highway. Now, we're gonna be starting our development process alongside Pacific Boulevard. If you guys recall from the first episode, it pretty much cuts through all of the center city of Port Isabel, and it's kind of the southernmost edge of downtown. And I kind of want to take a bit of inspiration from Wilshire Boulevard in Los Angeles, which is a major arterial with quite a bit of medium and high density alongside it, and it creates this very interesting look where it almost looks like, you know, one long extended skyline, or kind of the spine of the city in some ways. So it's going to be interesting to see if we can achieve like a smaller scale version of that look, because I don't really want like the tallest buildings to be out here. But we're going to pause and try a bit of zoning just to see how well that's going to work. So we're going to grab some high density southwest stuff, and I know that if we go for a 5x4, we're going to get a nice looking building. But what if we go for a 3x3 and potentially a 4x6? There isn't a ton of variation in this zone, I gotta keep that in mind, so I'm gonna mix it in with a bit of additional stuff, maybe even some Eastern European high-density housing. But the main thing out here isn't gonna be high-density housing, it's more gonna be office buildings and some high-density businesses. So we're gonna try and get that mixed in as well. We're gonna use both the European and the American vanilla themes, because they complement each other quite well, I find. Additionally, we can add in some high-density offices, but we gotta be really mindful about the zoning, or rather the lot size here, because these are gonna tower over everything else if we, if the actual zone is too big. So we can't have that. We might even try some of the Chinese-themed medium density, or rather the, I guess, high-density housing actually up here, and then we're just gonna see how this looks. So I mean, it's trial and error when we're zoning, and we have so many new zones at play. So let's just have a look. I mean, I think there are a few good things going out here. Now that everything has grown, we can easily select what we actually want to keep. And we can also select the stuff that we definitely don't want to keep. So the high density zoning theme doesn't really conform to corners. So we're gonna get rid of this one at the very least. And we'll maybe just replace that with, actually, let's just grab a low density office just to kind of mix up everything. So that's gonna be replaced. And then let's see, I think this is generally looking all right. We've got a small tower here, and I think some of these buildings I'm going to cap their levels to the current level 1 iteration, because I don't want them to grow any taller. And then I guess I just want a little bit more in terms of high density business, because I'm imagining this is going to be a real entertainment district as well. And we're gonna need high density business to really hone that look. I can't believe I initially forgot to add in some surface parking, but now we've got all that in place, and I've tinkered a bit with the densities, trial and error, downzoning a bit of stuff, and just looking for some pretty generic, slightly boring looking assets. As you will see, most of the current high rises are level locked, so that I ensure I don't get anything super tall out here. And then for a tiny bit of detailing, I added this large decal to the side of this boring office building. Now I'd be very curious to see how many businesses and households we've actually created out here. So we're just going to make sure that the current neighborhood of Vista kind of fits the new borders, and then we'll create an all new district out here. And just as with Vista, I might break it up into 2 districts, but I think for starters we're just gonna go with the one here. And this is probably gonna be a park, but I can add that district afterwards. let's see. It's certainly not going to be named Beechwood Heights. So if you have a suggestion for what to name this area, maybe a bit of backstory, then feel free to go loose in the comments. I think it's pretty interesting because it is actually quite dense and it does have this kind of spine look that Wilshire Boulevard has. It's not a bigger business or entertainment center than the downtown core of Port Isabel is, but it's very noticeable. Anyways, we were about to check some stats. So let's see, 1,225 households, and the resident count should continue to increase, especially as people, have kids and whatnot, and around 500 jobs. So nothing fancy yet. But we do need to add some services out here because we're pretty far away from all the current coverage. I think I'm going to go for 2 small elementary schools. So the first one is quite literally going to be the small elementary school, and it's upgradable, so I want to leave a bit of space as well. So I'm just going to place it on this corner here. That should add an additional 400 capacity, which I think just about, it doesn't quite cover what we need, but it's pretty close. The other one I want to be adding is the Eastern European elementary school. There's a very, very small one here we can add. It almost looks like a kindergarten as well. And I'm just going to add that over here somewhere on this other side. So let's just see where it makes sense. I think maybe this corner here where we've already got a bit of medium density at play. Actually, we'll grab this corner. And it's got a pretty contemporary modern look, so it's a perfect fit in any city, honestly. Now it only provides 100 student capacity, which really isn't all that much. So I'm wondering if, we should probably add this upgrade. 8,000 for 90 additional. Yeah, I'm gonna add that upgrade as well. And now we should be decently covered. We don't have a lot of extra capacity to spare, but we can add an upgrade out here fairly easily, which is gonna add at least 100 extra as far as capacity goes. And then of course the pretty sizable elementary school here in the inner city is open to at least this extra addition, which adds 1,000 extra capacity, and then we can continue adding these annex buildings, which add 750. So I think we are in an okay spot. We probably need a new fire station out here as well, as there's quite a bit of distance to the eastern part of downtown from out here. And I'm inclined to just use the basic small vanilla one. We've got a pretty good corner lot here where I can place it, and then probably just do a bit of a key wall upgrade on Sycamore Street, just like that. Alright, so let's see. I think we're gonna add a quick park here before we're gonna move on and continue with a few more infrastructure projects. We are still preparing Port Isabel for massive future expansion, just making sure that the infrastructure will hopefully be able to handle it. But a park at first, so let's see. I once again want to do some clever use of existing parks, and it would actually seem like we can fit in the plaza here. So if we just place that in, and then we can do a few changes just to make that look a lot better integrated. So the first thing is just I'm gonna remove the trees and the fencing, and then we'll grab the surface tool and we'll just drag this out. I don't mind this grassy surface for this park. Actually, I do. It's a little too well manicured, I think, for our Californian cities. I'm gonna remove those. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the vanilla pavement path. We're going to just disable snapping, I think. And then we're just going to branch off from some of the existing paths here, just so that it looks like it's well integrated to its surroundings. And I mean, it actually will become well integrated to its surroundings by doing this, because people will be able to use these new paths to actually reach and enter the park. And as we did with the downtown park in the first episode, I kind of want to make like a flower circle. It's pretty simple to create, but it just looks fantastic up close as well. So we're just gonna make sure we get that added. But before that, I'm just gonna make sure we have a few parks here, or sorry, a few paths. There you go. So the circle, let's see. We've got this one in Pacific Park. So we probably just need a smaller version of that. given that this circle isn't quite as substantial. So let's see, we've got these California themed flowers here. So we're gonna go for a smaller size this time around, now that we have less space in general to work on. And then I need to find the center and then just kind of branch out. And then what I can do is I'll set the rotation to random. That creates a bit of randomness in the look of each of the flowers. Otherwise they look, it ends up looking kind of weird actually. And we'll actually just go for 2 meters of distance in between, so it's very close together. Then I'm gonna hold down shift and click. Then I'm gonna select another one and continue to I'm just holding down shift throughout this entire process, because then the circle isn't deselected and we get something like that. And then I did have a large pine tree placed in the very center in Pacific Park, so kind of just want to do the same here. It's a bit of a thing, I guess. And then we're just gonna grab the laurel fig tree and California live oak tree, and these are just like slightly recolored versions, I think, of the vanilla trees in the asset editor. But the cool thing here is that they're evergreen, so even though, as you can probably see from some of the other oak trees, we're in the fall, it's October actually, then these are evergreen, fitting the California theme here, at least for this particular type of tree. And I'm just gonna add it a bit random all over the place. We'll add in a few more amenities while we're at it. I think we could add in an outdoor gym right here, and then maybe even a baseball court on this side. And they can look a little out of place, but if you just go ahead and once again just grab a few paths and just kind of align them close to the new things you've built, especially if you use Anarchy as I'm doing here, so that you can actually move into the actual place of the new parks, then I think that really does help. And we've only got 2 more steps to go. I'm gonna grab some cool custom tiling, maybe some of this red German-inspired brick one, and then we're going to just replace. I think we're just gonna replace a few of these. Let's see if we can just go for a red for the gym here, and we'll go for some sort of cobblestone. That looks really nice. And then the final thing I'll be doing is I'm gonna use, with Anarchy on, I can create like a sub-district basically. So I'm just going to designate the park, so that we can name that individually from the district it's in. I could just create it as a normal district where it doesn't, cross another district, all vanilla style, but I actually want it to be, visible that it's a part of this neighborhood. And I don't really know what to actually call this park, because we haven't named Beechwood Heights yet. So for now, it's just gonna be Beechwood Park. And then depending on what suggestion we grab from you guys in the comments fields, we'll get this all renamed. All right, so for the infrastructure, I think the creation I have here from the first episode is a bit of an eyesore. We already have quite a few at-grade crossings with our freight rail, which I don't really mind, because I don't think that's totally unrealistic, and it's not like there's a ton of frequency on our rail network, freight or passenger. But I think in this case here, Wood Street should probably be sunken to go underneath these tracks, and I don't even know if it should actually continue to actually cross here. So what I think I'm going to do is we're going to just try and remove this, and I guess I could just keep this little stop here, and then we're going to lower this segment quite a bit. So I just need to make sure that I don't mess up too much stuff now. So we're just gonna rebuild the alley here so that I don't lose a bunch of zoning. And then we're gonna grab the regular 2-lane road, and we'll just need to we'll just need to lower it by quite a bit. So I'm thinking at least 7.5, potentially 8.75. I'm gonna select ground mode because I don't want it to create retaining walls. I'll do manual adjustment with move it if I need to. And we'll just lower it, and we'll move up and connect back up. Then have a look. And that might actually be too much lowering, which is perfect, because then the grade isn't going to be as aggressive. We'll turn this into bridge segments, even though, oh, this one is, it's going to be a bit too much. So I'm going to grab some form of rail just to add in a node. And then just upgrade this segment. We'll remove this. And then I think I'm going to use manipulation mode just to drag this one out. Wait, I can just use regular move it to drag it out. I'll just grab the node. Now let's just have a little look at the height here. The garbage truck seems to have plenty of space at least. So we'll just grab the entire segment and start raising that. And I think with these changes, this bridge segment probably doesn't make a lot of sense. What we could do instead is just continue this road and maybe move underneath this segment and connect up to Pacific Boulevard. That would create another elevated segment of rail, but I don't really mind. I think that's all right. So we'll grab the 2-lane road, assuming we'll see a bit of traffic, and we'll just follow alongside the train station here. This is perfect because it does have some surfaces that you don't have to connect these, but it does look like the pavement path is going to nowhere if you don't. And then let's see, we'll use the complex curve, and I'll need to drop once again. I'll go 7.5 this time around and just move underneath. And then we'll grab the symbol curve and we'll just try and do the connection right into Pacific Boulevard. And we're just gonna upgrade this to the Suburban Alley. We'll grab the picker tool and probably grab, let's see, this version here. Disable snapping, and then hopefully I can just squeeze in a few more buildings. Staying on the rail infrastructure path, we still don't have a rail yard or depot. We're not actually having any train lines of our own, and I think we're gonna change that, maybe as one of the final things in this episode. So let's move into train. Now the vanilla rail yard is massive, so I wouldn't mind it, but I think I want to place it somewhere else, not within one of the tiles we already have unlocked. So I think we're gonna start with Tygon's medium train depot square. This is much smaller, and it only allows for 6 trains to spawn, at least before you upgrade it. But the size and the overall look is just awesome for our current needs, I think. So I'm gonna place it, I think I'm gonna place it here alongside Dean Lane. And then we just need to connect it. And we've got quite a few tracks, a couple of options here. So let's just get it connected up to this one. And we're gonna utilize these two-way train tracks extensively. Yeah, it really looks like it was just squeezed in here, which I guess it was. So kind of fits the bill. And then we're also going to be adding this medium train general freight yard once again by Tygon, and once again a much more manageable size alongside street right here, I think, and we'll just get that connected up as well. And this looks kind of wild, so if this is completely unrealistic with actual like X and T crossings of these freight tracks, then please let me know. I'm gonna let it stay for now because I'm really not the judge of whether that would function in real life. But now that we've got a station, we can get a cargo train line going. So let's just get a single one set up, moving north. Yank. And potentially one moving inwards as well, if our network can handle it, that is, because we have a connection all the way in here as well. Just gonna click that up. Now we've got the 2, and I think we should be able to actually select the type of trains we want to see with this train depot. So we've got 2 cargo lines. Let's select the first one. Oh yeah, we've got a few versions here. I am curious whether the 40 wagon North American freight train can actually stop at this yard. Maybe it can. There's like There's no road crossing, so let's just try the 40 wagon version here, and we're gonna make sure we have the very same setup for the line 2. Yoink. It's the 15. Let's just go with 20. And we'll just make sure we have one assigned vehicle, I think, for this one. And just one for the other as well. Although it does want 2. We're gonna go for 1, and then let's see these bad boys spawn, and hopefully it's gonna work. Oh my goodness. Okay, so yeah, okay, so I don't actually think this is gonna work. It's a bit of a shame because in theory there would be place for this train, I think, for this 40 wagon configuration. But it's all dependent on it being able to make the first stop here and then backing back off and then moving north to serve the cities of Northern California. So I'm just gonna see whether that's actually gonna happen. Oh, I don't know if this is gonna work. I mean, the 20 wagon train is backing in, so that one is definitely gonna work. It can almost fit within the freight yard entirely, so that's great. But I'm not sure this version is gonna work because there's a lot of additional traffic here. So yeah, we'll see. It seems to be working, but let's just say our train network is in its early stages, very early stages. Let's make sure we get a quick passenger line going as well, at least moving north, because I think that's where there's the least amount of traffic. So I'll just get that connected, and let's see what type of train we get spawned here. This is a diesel train, and I think I'd prefer an electric one because our entire network is electrified. So let's see. EU diesel passenger train 7 car. That is quite the mouthful. But I think I'm just gonna go for this one, which I think kind of has like an Amtrak style, if I don't remember completely wrongly. So let's just see. Yes, there you go. And I mean, that's probably a diesel version as well, but oh well. Our Californian city is exploding in size, as we've already covered 10 in-game tiles and we're just getting started. So today we're building heavy train infrastructure, complex new highways, and pushing eastwards with a massive new expansion. I also share a couple of tips on how you can increase traffic in your cities. Oh, and we finally have a name, as Santa Isabel came out on top in the most recent vote, and I'm pretty confident I can pronounce this one. Let's go. Now, before we get to the cool eastbound expansion though, there's a couple of things I need to fix. The first one being the train yard mess I made in the previous episode. This one is important because it's kind of immersion breaking, and the train gang is gonna make sure I disappear somewhere in the dark underworld of Santa Isabel if I don't. So we're just gonna pause the game here and probably start by just moving the freight yard and the depot. And I didn't even plan to pause at this exact moment, but I did, so you can kind of see what the issue here is. This is like a death trap. So yeah, let's just start by grabbing this one and relocating it. And I was thinking that if we move it close to the existing rail yard we've got down here, the fake roleplay rail yard, I guess, not too close though, because I want road connection on either side. Something like this, and then we'll grab the depot as well. Grab it, not recolor it. This button here, and we'll just try and align this out front as well, because hopefully I can kind of cover the whole thing with a single road then. Now let's see, I have a version of the alley created with Road Builder that is very wide. This one, it accommodates truck traffic a little better than the vanilla alley, I think. And we're just gonna do a segment real close to the yard actually, and then we can just move the depot a little closer. Actually, that kind of works. And then back here, we don't strictly need to connect to these pieces here. but traffic is actually going to use them, and it's going to look a little better integrated if we do. So I prefer to make a connection here as well. So let's just bring an alley through, and I'll just do a quick connection. I haven't even connected it, and it's already an improvement. I'm joking. We're gonna connect it. Don't worry. Let's get rid of some of the craziness here. I guess we could kind of keep this craziness in check, maybe, and get some new connections going. So we're just gonna grab the same stretch here and start mapping this out. I mean, it's better. I mean, it's still a bit of a mess, but it's a good mess, like an abstract painting. Two things I want to fix before we move on. I think Amity Street here needs to move underneath this segment and connect to the highway, and then I think we need to kind of smoothen out this bend here as it leads into the station. So let's just get rid of this little stop road here and see if we can do this without it being too wonky. Oh man, it's gonna be wonk. I mean, we can get rid of some of this stuff here though, because we technically don't need it. The reason I'm letting this stay is that it just looks kind of interesting. Maybe there used to be something here. I mean, technically there did, but you know, in the law, there used to be something here as well that was connected up quite extensively to the city's train network. Let's see if this will... It's not gonna work. Actually, I think I need to think a little bigger here and do something like this instead. And then we'll get rid of this office building as well. That is better. All right, Amity Street needs to be dug on the ground. So we're not gonna do an in-game tunnel because that's such a messy thing to work with. We're just gonna make our own here. Rather, we're gonna turn this into an overpass, is what I'm trying to convey. So let's see, I think we'll grab the 2-lane, 2-way highway. And then we're gonna make sure we have ground and constant slope selected. And then we'll go down by, let's see, 875 is usually a good thing. And then I just need to move underneath. Actually, we can just... we'll move underneath here. I'll enable a bit of snapping and see if I can just connect directly to the highway. 4.4%, that's not bad at all. And then, of course, I just need this connection. That seems to work pretty well. And let's just get... that is a way too much to actually upgrade. So we're just gonna add a new node. Then we'll upgrade the smaller segment, remove the new piece. That looks good. And then let's get this connected right back up to the new road. We'll grab the complex curve and kind of move alongside the train tracks here. Going to add in an alley to bring the zoning right up next to the train depot. Just like this, and then we're going to zone the whole thing out with my custom zone. Maybe add in a parking lot or two. Not too detailed here, I just want a few additional workplaces because the city is really craving for it. Oh, and then we're ready to hit play and see see whether the trains are actually gonna function. Well, I mean, I guess utilities need to be brought in. Good opportunity to get some more cables in place. Let's raise that by 10 to get the large version of these. And we'll just move this across the tracks and connect up here. and actually kind of follow that all the way into town, at least until this place. I'm gonna add just a tiny bit of detailing in the form of bushes and trees while we let this settle. Oh, what's even going on here? It's better, and we're providing quite a few new jobs. Safe to say I'm still no trained infrastructure expert, but it's so much fun to work with in this game. And what a mess this is. A lovable mess. The next thing I want to do is to provide a bit better service coverage here in Santa Isabel, because we still don't have a high school, and we're approaching 20,000 people with plans of, increasing that quite a bit in this episode. And we also have an elementary school system that is kind of on the brink of collapse. So I think we'll start with the high school, and what better choice than the Southwest themed high school. Now the thing here is that, as you guys can see, it has a pretty sizable footprint, so we might as well just time the placement of this with our eastwards expansion. Because I think I need to buy these 2 tiles no matter what, and maybe even this one. So let's actually just buy all 3 tiles, even though that's going to be fairly expensive. Let's see. I think I want to place the high school parallel to Pacific Boulevard, so on this angle here. And we might as well just construct some kind of interesting road layout, because there's going to be so many straight grids out here that anytime we can just break it up a bit, it's going to be a nice time, I think. So let's actually I think I'm just going to place it as a start right here. And this is not going to be the final placement. I'm going to showcase you guys in just a second what my general idea is. So I'm going to place it right here. And then we're going to grab, let's see, I was thinking of actually grabbing the one-way roads for this one. And then if we branch out on just with some straight roads on either side of the school. Is this going to work without anarchy? It is. Good. I kind of want to make sure that's the case. Then the school is aligned fairly well. I don't want to change anything. Except for the fact that, of course, I need to move it. I'm going to move it down here, I think. Because I need a bit of space to create something interesting with the roads. So let's see, how much space do we need? I think, well, yeah, it's not going to make sense before it actually makes sense to you guys. But that's the case with so much of the stuff I'm building. So, I think by now you're probably used to it. And now I'm getting doubts about what I'm doing here. So complex curve, and we'll move to this part. And in. And we'll do the same thing over here. And in. You know what? I probably needed a bit more space to actually pull this one off. So let's move 12 and up till about here, and move in, and we'll do the same thing over here. 12 down and in. Yeah, the point I was trying to make is we're not going to be careful with how we, utilize the space here on our shorelines of California, because that's the whole point. We're not utilizing it all that great. It's going to be a sprawling mess. Okay, so I'm just going to make the connection move around here so that we can upgrade to our regular suburban road and branch out a super simple grid. And here's a reminder that I renamed the high school as soon as we have a name for the neighborhood it's placed in. As for the elementary school capacity, we could expand on South Isabel Elementary. That would add 750 extra capacity for a very reasonable increase in upkeep. But that's also just kind of boring, right? I mean, we should get a new elementary school altogether. So let's just see what we can find that is... Oh, right. I'm broke. Yeah, it's... Oh, actually, I can afford some of these. This one has a capacity of 600, and I think it's upgradable, so we might go with this community high school. And let's just see, where should we place this? I think we're gonna place it on the corner of Madison and Ivy Street. And I just gotta check for any potential upgrades that adds more student capacity. Let's just grab the community playground. I have Anarchy on so that I can effectively place it on this corner here, which I think is gonna look fairly interesting. I'm just gonna get rid of this hedge. And then we are in California, so a bit of surface parking will probably be in order. So I think I'll do this and then move down, and then I'll upgrade with a quayside here, because that removes parking from one of these, and that looks pretty nice. Actually, wait a minute, can I add a key here as well and fit in a road more? Ooh. Maybe that would be kind of pushing things. Yeah. My game is gonna crash if I don't stop, so let's just call that a day. We're gonna add a few simple paths for good measure. The lazy man's way of detailing. Maybe even here, interesting paths near the parking lot. Oh yes. And then let's get some California live oaks and laurel fig trees placed. Okay, so we've technically blown our budget. And this kind of conflicts with the next plan because we're Californians, so we want to expand the highway system. I know some of you already think it's quite crazy, but you haven't seen nothing yet. We're gonna go ham. Because I'm gonna bring in an additional highway, a lower capacity one, that is gonna run alongside this stretch as a sunken segment and potentially connect to this highway, but otherwise move to the southeast into the hills right here. Now this is gonna cost some cash, so I'm gonna take out a loan to build highway infrastructure, and this feels like the most American thing ever. So we're gonna grab $1 million, and we're still in the green, so we can keep this loan for a long time. And then we're gonna do a tiny bit of preparation because this is going to look so cool. Man, we're gonna go ham with the infrastructure in this series. I can already feel it. So what I want to do is I just want to align the grid here. So we're going to branch off this avenue here, like this. Yes, and then we're just gonna make sure that these two are connected. Okay, let's see. We're gonna start with the main segment. Parallel mode as close as possible, brought together. Then let's lower that by 875. We're gonna ensure we have ground mode selected and constant slopes. And we're gonna disable any snapping and use the continuous tool. And then it's just about finding the right location, which I think is here. And then we're just gonna move through and we're gonna cut up these existing neighborhoods like a Swiss knife, causing all kinds of good havoc. And then let's move down to at least right here, because then we might need to branch out to get a connection going over here. Or as I mentioned, we'll move into the southeast so that we can prepare for future sprawl. I imagine the connections here are gonna get pretty messy. Which is the best part of highway development. So I hope you're as much in it as I am. Let's see how this will work. We need a bit of space, of course, because otherwise this lane here is going to be incredibly dangerous, as there's an on-ramp and now there's going to be an off-ramp. Not unrealistic, just dangerous. Those two are not mutually exclusive in real life cities. We need to make sure that we're still at 875. And let's just do this, and we'll try and get a good connection going to... wait, I gotta think. Not my strong suit. Something like this, and then just a direct connection. Yes. And then we are going to need to just expand this avenue a little further. I'm completely winging this. I'm sorry. But it's the most fun way to build highways. It's just to... yeah, just do it. And, oh, let's see. I don't know how this is gonna look. 12.5%. I don't think that's too bad. And it doesn't look too bad either. So I'm just gonna add a retaining wall to either side. Yes, 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 that looks pretty good. And now for this connection. Okay, so this is where things are gonna get crazy, because I guess technically we could have an on-ramp to the highway attaching right here. There should be enough space then for the on-ramp, this stretch, and then there's the off-ramp. Or I guess technically this is an on-ramp to this highway. Oh man, we've got so many highways now, who knows? Let's see. So I think I'm gonna create 3 ramps from this segment. So it's gonna get very, very, very messy. How do I actually... Okay, I've got an idea. Okay, so first we're going to have a segment just cut through right here, still at a still lowered by 875. Then I'll need to branch off like this, but we will actually... I need to make sure I've connected, of course. Yes. We'll branch off. Actually, it's a complex curve situation, I think. So let's see, clicking once, clicking twice, and connecting up right here, upgrading this and turning it into an elevated segment. And this part as well. How does this look? It's manageable. We can work with this. The heights and stuff can be tweaked with Move It. Stay with me, guys. Now the question is, can we get... we can't branch underneath this overpass without actually lowering this segment, which is maybe what we should just do then, because we've got plenty of space here just to lower a few of these nodes here, just a bit, something like this, just so we have enough space to actually move through this area. And it's probably better to actually start over here and then just reverse the segment. That's usually a little easier. And we really need to probably freeform this completely. Okay, so as we move up the hillside here, we do get a bit of elevation just by default, which is great. And then I need to move across. And this is where things are gonna get real messy. Let's see, we're gonna reverse the segment, of course, so we don't get any complaints and so that it's actually gonna work. These guys, yeah, I mean, they probably wouldn't want to live here anyways, so I'm gonna eminent domain those fools, and we'll upgrade this to an elevated segment. There's gonna be some move it tweaking over here, that's for sure. So fortunately there's a node right here, so if I just lower that so that we don't have any awkwardness in that transition, then the question is if I can grab this segment and, oh, that's just about good enough. Maybe the solution is going to be elevating this a bit. Oh man, that is disgusting. Okay, let's see, if I reverse that selection and we just move this to the center and just elevate that, maybe that is gonna look all right. Oh, this is so much fun. I don't have enough space here or this off ramp or on ramp, whatever we're gonna call it. So we'll have to branch in somewhere down here and then move underneath these ramps. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Let's see if we can, yeah, we'll upgrade this to a 4-lane segment. And then we're gonna try and connect from this to that point. Oh man. We're gonna disable snapping and probably lower this segment as well. It doesn't really make sense for it to kind of move up and then move down. Unless... no more crazy shenanigans here. We're gonna try and make this look somewhat normal. There's nothing normal about this, but yeah. Maybe we just need a super long complex curve now. So if I find 180 and click once, and we'll lower that. Oh, sorry, we go to ground level and we click once more and we connect. That is beautiful. Wow. We'll need a few more bridge segments and potentially to manually removing some pillars as well. Actually, I guess that almost works. Let's get rid of a few of these bushes. That is so beautiful. And I actually think that clearing wise, we're in the okay. I mean, that's what, 6 meters to the first ramp and then another 6 meters to this bridge. So I don't see any problems. The only real problem I see is that we've got a very long segment here with just too little support. I mean, this is some space age engineering to get this to work. So we are going to try a slightly different approach. Because I think I can have this this segment here follow the hill for just a little longer. So if I can connect, and let's see, no snapping. And we just move up the hill here underneath the overpass. Then we've got that as a support. And then of course we are going to need to do quite a bit sharper a turn to connect to this segment here, but I don't mind. I mean, we can have signs to slow. Yeah, a turn. I swear there's a bug where you place one road with one of the other tools, then you switch to symbol curve, and your first click doesn't actually register the point of your curve. It actually just places the road. Or maybe it's just me. Let's move across, and just gonna disable snapping so that I can just make sure we've got the crossing in place. Yank. And then we'll just delete this. And hopefully we can get a decent connection between the two. Cool. Let's flip these around. Now that is much more manageable. Yes. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. I'm gonna have to check the heights, obviously, in just a second, but for now it looks really good. And we can elevate this node quite a bit to prepare for this approach. Now, was there ever anything better in City Skylines to take out a $1 million loan for? No. This is so much fun to create. But all this talk of highway this and highway that has reminded me we desperately need to name some of these highways. And just like with the train crew, I don't want to mess with the highway, the traffic gang either. So if you're an expert in naming US highways, then I need a couple of suggestions. So I need a suggestion for this small expressway slash highway that moves from the main highway to Pacific View, which I've just renamed based on a cool comment from one of you guys. Obviously, I need a name for the main highway moving north to south here alongside the Pacific coast, connecting down there to, I guess, San Francisco. Then I need a name for this main highway that's gonna move eastwards and maybe turn south and connect to Sacramento through the mountains. And I also need a name for this new highway we've just created, slightly smaller capacity, and I don't know if that's gonna terminate here or move to the southeast. But I hope you kind of got that, so if you've got suggestions for all of these, then please add some bullet points or something so I know exactly what you're thinking. Alright, so all we need is some on and off ramps for this segment, and then we're ready to really develop this neighborhood. And I have some pretty cool ideas for the density transition this neighborhood will have. I think that's gonna be really fun and add a sizable amount of new jobs and population to Santa Isabel. But before we get that far, I've taken 3 approaches, or 3 steps rather, to increase the amount of traffic we have on our highways as much as possible. As it looks cool, it's fun to manage, and this is a California-inspired build. Now the first step is a design choice, the second one involves a mod, and the third one involves a tool that the developers actually use, I imagine, to develop the game. The first design choice is that I have made sure that the 6-lane highway I added to the map is routed directly through the city, and it's actually the only connection to the outside cities in the north and the south. What this effectively means is we're going to have some of the traffic here, which is quote-unquote dummy traffic, like this guy. I think this car is going to the city in the south, and it might have spawned from the northern city outside the map. So we're gonna have traffic that doesn't have any, business to actually do in Santa Isabel, and that's obviously going to make this highway more busy. Now the next step is to utilize the traffic simulation adjuster mod. So basically, the developers baked in some kind of performance enhancing step, which effectively means, and I don't know the calculations, but at some point in time as your city grows, the amount of traffic is actually going to decrease. So there's not going to be a linear relationship between the amount of traffic and the size of your city. But I want that. So I use this mod and I set this setting to 0, which is going to increase traffic in larger cities. Now the third thing is going to look really weird if you haven't seen it before, and this is very much a use at your own risk approach. But I have these up here in the north, and I have a couple of boxes in the south as well. And as you can probably already tell, they spawn traffic, and they effectively just spawn dummy traffic. So this traffic is moving to the outside connection in the very south of the map. This one is actually going to turn at some place and move north, I can see, because Sudbury is the city you can enter here, I think. Yeah. But basically these are traffic spawners. So to actually use these, you need to have the developer mode enabled in your Steam properties settings, and then as you move in here, you can search for traffic spawner, and you get this guy. And if you click, you can place that along a road. I don't recommend placing 2 along the same road, because the traffic that is then spawned by this box can actually just leave through this box here. And that, I think that might cause a bit of a performance issue, and I think these might actually tank performance as well, but my computer is just chugging along just fine. So it's a use at your own risk thing, but it's a pretty cool thing to use, because it does really help increase the traffic. At least all the stuff we're seeing spawn here wouldn't otherwise spawn. So with that little weird intermission in place, for those traffic freaks amongst you, let's get to developing the on and off ramps for the new highway segment. But I think we're gonna start that time lapse by taking a tour with this SUV as it's going to move through the inner city area. I don't think I'm ever gonna grow bored of working with the network tools in this game. It is just so much fun. Now, something that's always a little tricky with an area like this is that we have to imagine the road network was here before the highway. And I don't always achieve this look, but you know, I try to make some decisions so we can imagine that Green Street used to actually just continue in a straight line here. But obviously now that there's a highway, parts of it was removed, houses and businesses were demolished. And now the city has just, as the highway was built, a small lane was just connected up to Cedar Street to create a bit of connectivity. You could also just remove this and turn this into a cul-de-sac, but it's just some of the small things I do to try and showcase this development. Same can be said about Maple Street. This probably just went straight out here and maybe, you know, had a cul-de-sac or something. But, you know, they had to demolish parts of it to make room for the highway. And now it's just got this small, you know, narrow segment connecting up to the new overpass. So some of those small tweaks work. Sometimes I don't feel it quite works, but in general, though, I'm pretty happy with this. This area is super complex, and I just love winging some of these on and off ramps and just making things look a little more interesting. I also felt that it was about time we reached an avenue, because we need major avenues and materials to like crisscross through the area, even as we start expanding. And with that said, I think we're actually ready to start developing this area. But the first thing we're gonna do is actually a little more road tweaking. So I hope you guys don't mind. But we're going to make Pacific Boulevard even wider as we move across the highway here. You know, I imagine that this is kind of this was the boundary of the inner city areas even before the highway, which is also one of the reasons the highway was placed here in the first place, along with other political reasons that can get kind of messy. But I do want Pacific Boulevard to just be more wide as we move further away from the city. So we're gonna grab, I think we're gonna grab the 6-lane divided road. That is kind of like the next step, basically. And let's see, how are we going to do this? We may just do it from around this point here, actually. Or should we move all the way up here? This is tricky. I think we're gonna try and start from this point and then just upgrade our way through. And then I kind of want like an async setup as well. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna add a grassy median here with no parking, obviously, and then we're gonna add some planted palm trees in there as well. And we're gonna remove any sort of parking here as well by adding the grassy median. And then I'm gonna add some additional nodes because I have a few ideas for getting some turning lanes. So we're gonna go 4 zoning tiles out, and we're gonna add in our nodes. Then let's see, large roads. We've got the 7-lane asymmetric road. That is what we need. Let's just make sure we've got this all set up just like that, and then there's gonna be a pretty seamless transition as we start removing these stop roads here. Pretty nice, although this does look a little weird, so I would probably want to branch out a road here, just get this connection in place. Potentially disallow some left turns here though from both of these, so that this isn't really a crossing at all. Traffic is just gonna flow seamless through here. Alright, so I did mention wanting this general area to be a transitionary zone, density-wise. And what I mean by that is that as we start moving out here, we're going to see a predominance of low-density development, not just in terms of residential units, single-family homes, but also in terms of like the commercial and office space. But when we're in this transitionary zone, we're going to have some medium density developments alongside some of the major avenues. And in this cluster in particular, that is relatively close or practically within the Santa Rosa neighborhood. So the look I'm going for, it kind of mimics Pacific Boulevard in the most western end. We're out here in Pacific View, where you can see that Jackshill Avenue has some pretty hefty development alongside it, and then there's a pretty quick transition to lower densities. Now, I don't imagine Pacific Boulevard, as we move inlands, as we move eastbound, is going to be quite as dense, but we are still going to have some mid-rises to kind of poke through and give us that Wilshire Boulevard look we're trying to kind of mimic from Los Angeles. So for the purpose of this, I am going to be plopping some of these buildings just so that I can kind of fine-tune the look I want. If you're building along, maybe you've grabbed the same save game from my patron, you can zone this just fine. I'm not going to like plop them without snapping so that it's going to look super custom or anything like that. That's not my intention, at least. So you should be able to zone just fine, but I just want the full control. I'm gonna move into commercial, and I'm gonna filter for some high density stuff, and then I think the lot depth is going to be what we're going for. And we've got lots of just boring looking stuff, like this boy here, which is pretty much exactly what I want. Maybe that's it's a little big, so I think I'm gonna go for, actually that's a little too fancy looking. Let's go for this one. And they are sort of big, you know, when they're level 5, so that's definitely something, or when they're 5 tiles deep, that is something to keep in mind. Gonna move for 6 tiles, and I'm probably gonna stitch some of these together, because that is one way of just creating more interesting buildings and not feel the restriction to the zoning sizes. So I think, you know, this is a pretty good example. Then I'm going to use recolor to make sure we have the same color palette throughout the structure. And you just kind of know we'd have a massive parking lot here. We're going to wait a second with placing that and get a few more of these high density commercial buildings in place first. Now, zoning wise, or rather demand wise, I actually just need offices. I'm gonna grab some medium density offices. This is a custom zone I grabbed from PDX Mods. It basically just repurposes all of these high density commercial assets to be a medium density office zone, which it's just a very, very clever idea. We'd probably also see quite a bit of mixed use here. And some more, you know, some new developments as well, some redevelopments alongside these busy corridors where zoning laws are maybe also a little more loose. So it's a good chance to add some urban promenades stuff into the mix. We're gonna add a parking garage, and then I think we're just about ready to maybe just zone the rest, actually. Just some low density commercial. It's probably gonna be the best fit. I'm gonna use the just a kind of a mix of all the new zoning types we now have available, even bringing some Japanese stuff in here, because I find most of them actually work fairly well for this type of development. And then the vanilla of low density commercial zones also function pretty well. Now let's get this parking lot set up. Oh, it's gonna be so ugly. We might as well just move from around this place and then perhaps just all the way down here. We're just gonna use a small alley for this at first, and I'll just do something like this. So let's grab the parking alley and probably start by upgrading this one here without any snapping, so we can get pretty close to the boulevard. And then we're going to be placing a few of these without any snapping so that we can control how close they are. And then maybe just upgrading this segment here as well as this segment, and then adding a key. Beautiful, isn't it? And of course we need a bit of surface parking right here alongside the other side of Pacific Boulevard. I'm not sure why I forgot this, but of course we do. We've got a pretty weird mix now of some medium density stuff or buildings that almost look like high rises, and then surface parking. Very Californian, I think. And then there's the medium density residential, and we are just, with all the region packs, we are spoiled for choice here, and there are so many things and styles that I think can work if you put your mind to it, or just work right out the gate. So I'm gonna try and let's see if we grab this Japanese low density residential unit, for instance, and create a bit of a housing project with it. Oh, look, perfect fit. Didn't plan for this. Something like that. And then if we find that, I mean, the building is definitely generic enough to fit into the vibe we're going for. Don't know if we can recolor the roofing. If we could, that would be great, but I don't think that's the case. I don't think... Oh, we can. Ah, that's perfect. So we can make it a little more California appropriate. Just recolor all of these, and then we can grab some kind of surface we like a little more. Let's say we just want a dark pavement instead of this bright one. We'll just replace all these. Beautiful. And then if we deselect this and maybe just you know, connect some of the paths in between these, just for like 2 of the buildings maybe. And then we could add a few trees, and we've got ourselves a nice little thing going on. There's a 4x6 unit here, which I also think we can use. And we might do, let's see, something like this. Yunk, very simple to place once more. And we might want to do a different pavement surface that is still a little darker, but not quite as dark as this setup over here. I don't know if these are recolorable. Oh, they are, but in... Oh, okay, that's interesting. Can I recolor the roofing? No, I can't. Okay, so I'm just gonna move forward with the default colors and just make sure they're all colorized the same way. And of course, as the actual Southwest pack also comes with medium density, it'd probably be a little foolish not to use it. So let's just get a small development built with that in mind as well. And maybe turn this into a parking lot. A medium solar panel covered parking lot. I don't get to use this very often, so there you have it. And let's just create a few paths. Recreational space. Well, not really, we're just framing a parking lot, but I mean, parking lots are almost recreational space in California, right? They have to be. I think we're about ready to spam some low density suburbia in here, but I'm just going to reserve much of the space alongside Broad Street before we do so, because I think this would be a place where we'd see you know, some low density commercial development and not low density suburbia. But for something like this, that'd be fine. Then I'm gonna zone out the entire thing, and we're gonna start moving a bit further eastwards. I want to get a bit more done than just this area. But it's gonna look really interesting now that we start mixing in some of the low density stuff here on either side of the road over here and in between all these areas. And generally the Southwest low density housing theme is just beautiful and awesome to work with. So I can zone pretty loosely, pretty liberally, without having much that I actually need to fix. Of course, if you're a super hardcore detailer, then you probably wouldn't zone anything, so your mileage may vary. But personally, I think I can get away with zoning this. Although, as you can see, I usually manually zone alongside the sunken highway stretches, because otherwise I'm going to get some pretty sharp elevation changes here. And something I've noticed with many sunken highways in the US is that they really did not care about the land usage. So it's not like they have strict keys on either side to use as little space as possible for these highways. It's almost as if they were meant to destroy something. Either way, they take up a ton of space. and that is visible from just about anywhere. Alright, I think we've got all this zoned up. Let's make sure we designate a district, and I don't mind it being a fairly large district, and then it can split at around Broad Street down here. And I don't know if you've kind of guessed it by now, but I'm gonna need a naming suggestion. We can go with Primrose for now, but that is very much subject to change. So let's hit play and see how this unfolds. Well, okay, let's just say that I guess I had overestimated the amount of low density demand I actually had, because I mean the bar was full, so I just kind of assumed we could really sprawl out. But yeah, I mean, we have added like 900 households based on like mixed use and medium density residential, so that really took quite a hit demand-wise. So we're just gonna let the simulation run for a little bit, because it's definitely gonna take some time to fill in this area. But we are seeing plenty of use from our new highway extension. That is so nice to see in action, seeing people move into Primrose and using the new infrastructure that we carved through this hill just for them to use. Well, I guess since we have good money, I'm gonna be cheeky and see if I can subsidize residential development by dropping the tax to 0 and then just speeding things up, hopefully. It seems like that actually, yeah, it does add a bit of demand that is then immediately satisfied, as we have so many building lots for sale, but this is definitely speeding things up. I don't know if that's a Californian thing, subsidizing low-density housing. I could imagine it be, oh, look at the speed of this. Yes, we just need to cut taxes. And we've got a ton of traffic from the northbound direction as well. I love seeing these highways at work. And Primrose almost looks like a city on its own, actually. As Primrose is continuing to develop, it's becoming much more obvious and easy to see where we need some traffic fixes. I don't think this queue is gonna last forever, but I think given that we have an off-ramp here, it probably makes sense to upgrade at least this segment of Amity Street to an async configuration. So let's just grab this road right here and give them 2 lanes moving into Primrose. Yeah. And we're gonna flip this so we have 2 lanes moving in the other direction as well onto Pacific Boulevard. Now, we obviously need to add trees, but before we're gonna use Anarchy to spam place a bunch of trees, which takes a ton of time. There are 2 things we can pretty easily do. So one thing that's pretty cool is that if we grab the, let's see, this tool here to change the tree age tool, and we get this circle, and we set it to elderly, so the biggest trees basically, then the way trees are used in the southwest low-density housing means that they will actually grow into significant trees with time or with this tool set. So this is great, because without having to manually place any trees, we can just kind of move through and make sure that all the trees that are part of these assets are at the older stage, basically. And this already made quite the difference. Then, of course, the next thing we could do would be to actually just add some trees alongside some of the roads here. So I think we're gonna move ahead and do that as well. And I don't want to use palms or oaks everywhere. I'm going to mix it up. We're not in Southern California, so I don't really mind using other stuff than palms. We are gonna have palms line most of our like main boulevards, because that's just the thing here in the city. And I especially like the Florida palm tree. So we're just gonna make sure that Pacific Boulevard has that real Cali palm vibe. Yes, we're gonna add it to the center of Pacific Boulevard as it cuts through downtown Santa Isabel as well. All the way down as it crosses with Ocean Pass. And we're gonna make sure we have a grassy median here as well. Let's see, to connect up Santa Rosa a little better to Primrose, we should probably just keep in mind that Santa Rosa today is a historic row house district with these beautiful, colorful old row houses. Not historic enough so that we couldn't carve a highway through during the 60s, mind you, but I imagine that, you know, the entire area used to be row house dominated, so we would see some row houses on this side of the highway as well, and then maybe mixed in with some low density businesses and industrial warehouses, just like we see here. Because, I mean, this used to be row houses as well, but when you run a 6-lane highway through an area, the property value here is just gone. And the city rezoned it so that businesses could set up shop because it's right next to a polluting, noisy highway. So there's going to be some sort of theme like that over here as well, but we are going to have some row houses. Now let's see, Kent Lane would probably be crossing here in the past. So let's see, that is around here. Then we would just bring out a lane and we'll make sure it's at the same height as Kent Lane. And then we're going to add in some of these historic row houses. Let's see, these guys. And let's just get a medium density development right here on the corner, because the row housing units, they don't look that great on corners, as you guys may know. And we're gonna get in just a bit of mixed housing as well. And okay, that's actually quite a few row houses that survived on this side of the highway. Let's make sure that the terrain isn't quite as dramatic here. So we're just gonna level to where all the houses kind of poke through, and then grab a very, very small softened terrain brush with a low strength. Just even this out a little bit. And then obviously we're going to add some of our trees to cover up all of these imperfections. That actually turned out pretty great, and it's almost like there isn't any highway carving stuff up as we approach this angle and move into Santa Rosa, and then you zoom out and see it. But yeah, one of my more interesting districts for sure. So I think some of the sprawl can probably best be described as sort of a placeholder, just like a backdrop to move more people into the city, and it's obviously not very high detail or with too much care put into it, and we're gonna have to carve up some of this as we continue some of the highways. But generally, population has risen with about 5,000 now, and that's actually put an extra strain on the education system. I thought we were covered here, but Apparently not. So the high school is gonna need some upgrades, that's for sure. Let's start with the gymnasium, which increases capacity by 240. Pedestrian access issue of some sort, but okay. We've got a library we could add, adding 230 additional. And then we have a small classroom building. Now this one will have to go outside. So yeah, we could use a bit of space within one of these blocks, I guess. Let's see, maybe we could just we could build 2 on this side of the road, so that we've basically just we just snatched that from the residential development that was in place here. So let's just get rid of the buildings, and then I think we can dezone this area. We'll make sure to dezone it, and then for good measure, I'm just going to grab maybe just the surface of this building here and cover up the entire lot. Very cool. Now there is a large classroom building upgrade that adds 500 capacity as well. And let's see, I wonder, ooh, hello, can I squeeze that in right here? I mean, with Anarchy on, I can. Oh, that is so nice. I wouldn't say that's the perfect fit, and I certainly didn't plan for it, but that looks pretty cool. So maybe we could do a little something with the surfacing here, just to make it look even cooler. Very, very nice. How much did that actually? 2,570, which is a lot closer to... Actually, it seems like we're covered now. We need an additional elementary school though. And we're gonna need some more parking as well. For the high school, this is not sufficient. Not in California, it ain't. So, yeah. A bit of extra eminent domain, I guess. Just to get a parking lot placed. And yeah, but I mean, I guess we could have houses on at least one side of the parking lots, and then over here we're just gonna have a bunch of nothing. Anyways, let's look into our elementary school options. Now I need quite a bit of capacity here, so maybe something like the urban elementary school, which has a pretty amazing capacity, could be placed alongside Strawberry Street. What? This is Pacific Boulevard, but you know the road tooling. Yeah. Strawberry Street, I guess. We're gonna get that changed. Actually, maybe... Oh, the auto school is right there. So I want to move just slightly away from that at the very least. So I'm going to... I think I'm just gonna place the school right here. Doesn't break or destroy anything. And let's see how the capacity is looking. We're gonna need an upgrade, aren't we? Oh, we're just on the edge. So I think we're gonna need this cool upgrade back here, which increases capacity by 500. And now we're pretty good to go. And we need to rename this. But I think that's going to be a wrap for this one, guys. I'm obviously desperate for some district name suggestions, as we've now got quite a few. And if you've got suggestions for how to shape Barlow or Willow Terrace as well, then feel free to comment, because these are pretty much just placeholder areas now with no specific point of interest to them. And speaking of that, I think it was clear that in this episode we were focused on the big picture things, infrastructure, expansions, as well as just bringing in more people and expanding the footprint of the city with little to no detailing and a bit of service coverage. And speaking of services, I think we're about ready to get a bus network in pretty soon. The population is 25k and the actual footprint of the city is pretty massive, but I'm thinking it's gonna be underfunded and overpriced. We don't want to bring too many Californians out of their personal vehicles. Today we should probably focus intensely on bringing our California-themed city into the new Major Cities 2 patch in one piece, making sure our services and economy survive all the new changes. Or we could start by taking out yet another loan and build something wacky instead. Come on, that's an easy choice, isn't it? Welcome to Santa Isabel. Alright, so this is the first time loading up the Santa Isabel save in the new major patch, and we're gonna start paused, because if you're just slightly familiar with this patch, it changes quite a few things regarding the economy and general simulation, and it can turn a city upside down as soon as you hit play and things start rebalancing. And it can really wreck your economy as well. We don't have a lot of cash reserves in the first place, and this current trend can really just turn upside down. So yeah, let's keep the game paused, and then we'll build this wacky project, and then we'll try to fix the city afterwards with more debt. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Anyways, I was thinking we're gonna move out here, because we're gonna be building way out here, so I'll need to buy this tile just to get started. And I'm an idiot, because my initial plan is already gonna need a change. Of course, I need to buy the adjacent tile as well, otherwise we can't connect to this place, and I want it to function. Okay, we've got 100k, so let's just get this situation fixed first. Let's take out... I think we're gonna have to take out another 1 million. Can't believe I didn't plan with both tiles. Anyways, in combination with what we're building, that also has a pretty sizable upkeep, this is gonna turn out really expensive. So to kind of spoil it, or to rather reveal it, we're gonna build a prison island. Now this is kind of inspired, in concept at least, by the famous Alcatraz Island in the Bay Area, but it's not gonna be a museum, this one, it's gonna be a high-tech functioning prison. Which also means it's super costly. So I'm gonna need a bit of an island at first, so we're gonna do some initial terraforming. And I would like the island to be kind of two-tiered, so there's gonna be one half, I guess, the northern half of the island is gonna be at a higher elevation, kind of have a plateau thing going on, than the other half. And this is where the main prison structure is gonna sit. Now we might as well just start by placing the main structure, because that's very much going to define all the terraforming and detailing we're going to be doing. And it's very sizable, it's very expensive, and the upkeep cost here doesn't take all the wages we have to pay to the employees into effect, so it's more expensive than it initially seems. Something like this. And we can do the terraforming we need, of course. But we're actually going to grab the prison wing extension. We can freely place this. And I think we're just gonna place it, so probably something like this. And then maybe at a bit of an angle. You know, the prison was built to accommodate the island and not the other way around like I can. So we're about a minute into the episode and I have cut our profits in half. Before I know how the patch is gonna affect the city, I'm gonna make an economic management tutorial very soon. You should all watch it. Let's get this whole structure connected up with just a simple alleyway just to kind of start. And then we'll use the complex curve tool. We're gonna enable ground mode as well as constant slope so that we can get a small squiggly road all the way up here. Just like that. And then just a straight segment to make sure we've got all the connections here handled. I'd like a few more buildings out here, including some administrative facilities that might be in, you know, a slightly older style than the current weird architecture we've got going. So I want to see if there's something that's gonna fit in terms of like an administrative office. And let's just go into administration. We have the Eastern European Region Pack Welfare Office. And I think this is wonderful. Oh man, we're gonna put this to use, that's for sure. So let's just get this placed real close. And let's just see if we can freeform a connection with an alley. And I'm thinking this should probably be the last functioning service building we place out here, because my quick math tells me that there's 160 employees that's gonna fill up out here when we hit play. And that's an upkeep I really can't calculate just yet. But of course that doesn't really stop us from placing down a few props just to make it look a little better. A road maintenance depot to add, you know, some storage facilities maybe. So I guess if we just kind of encroach on the lot of the expansion we added earlier, just like that. And then we need to provide a bit of space in terms of the like base for cargo handling. I don't imagine we'll have like many full-sized trucks out here. but we're gonna have something. So let's just see if we can pick a wide road of some sort. What about my wide alley? Then I think we're gonna utilize a surface here to showcase, you know, that there's plenty of space to actually deliver goods to the prison island. I'm gonna use better bulldozer to just get rid of some of the spruce pine trees that's kind of poking through here. I said I wasn't gonna place any more surface buildings, but I've kind of forgotten a detail I want to add. Very much inspired by the Alcatraz, and that is a prison island specific water tower built out here only to serve the island. So we're not going to connect it to the rest of the freshwater grid here. We are going to connect the sewage piping of the island to the mainland, because I mean, otherwise we would have to kind of just dump it into the ocean, and I wouldn't like that. But the freshwater supply is going to be isolated out here, kind of as a self-sufficiency measure. I think we need sort of like an entrance area, and that's where some of these static ploppables are just so fun to work with. I've been doing a little testing, and the police headquarters might just be exactly what I want. And we're gonna make it a little more complex by adding yet another plateau level basically here. So if I drop this down, I'm gonna do a little terraforming just to ensure that we're at the right height for the entrance. Seems like we need to go a bit lower, but not quite that low. Something like this is perfect. And we'll just let that terraforming just move all the way around here. And then we're obviously gonna have to do something right here for it to look all right, but shouldn't be too hard to bring our little road down there. I think once again the complex curve tool with these two options selected is gonna be just what we need, because we can so easily terraform around this as soon as we've placed it. It almost does the work for us actually, although this node needs to be at the height of the entrance, just like that. And then we need a connection maybe to this. We've already got like a small natural peninsula here we might be able to connect it up to. So I think this time around a simple curve just to move in front of the entrance hall. And then we'll need to do a little crossing. And I wouldn't mind if we move out to about here, and then this is from where the actual elevated bridge segment is created. And we bring that into the peninsula. But actually, let's just wait a second. If I can avoid it being too elevated... Oh wait, I messed that up. We can get this fixed, don't worry. And then let's grab another complex curve and see if we can just move up the hillside here. And then we're gonna convert this segment to a bridge segment, and we'll probably have to move this up just a little bit. I think the color scheme of the prison is, slightly weird with this blue. But if we just make it overall brighter, not the roofing, but the actual structure, just like this, and then we maybe just have this as like a white. No, wait, this dark gray. Oh, that is grim. Then we're gonna use the color painter tool. And we can obviously colorize the extension, but I wonder how these buildings are they're all gonna, oh my god, that's perfect. That worked out so well. So all of these are susceptible to using the recolor mod, and it just kind of has a uniform look now. That is nice. We'll add a key, and then I think we're gonna jump into doing maybe just a little bit of symbol detailing. Just adding some surfaces, some decals, and a few trees. I think it's starting to really come together now with just a bit of detailing, and I don't want to go overboard here. I think in general Santa Isabel is a get stuff done series where we don't detail quite as much, and I think you guys, most of you guys seem to enjoy that as well. But we can't hold off anymore. Let's get the simulation running and see how the city will actually settle so that we can start working on improving some things and some general expansion. Okay, I expected a shake-up, I knew that much, but I didn't expect us to go broke. But here we are, and I'm not even sure the patch has actually settled in yet, because it hasn't even been that long. But let's just take a little look at some key statistics to see what's actually been happening under the hood. So let's start with the big one. Company wealth has definitely been recalculated in the new patch, and we've seen a massive drop in company wealth. So they don't have the same amount of cash on their books, they aren't as profitable, and they're not as likely to just upgrade and expand operations. And this is obviously hurting our economy quite a bit. And this is probably also related to us going from having a massive trade surplus to having a slight deficit in some materials and a slight surplus in others. As expected, crime has gone from being a buggy non-issue to actually being a thing now, which I think is pretty cool. And something that's also cool is that if we check the actual crime overlay or the police coverage overlay, we see that the northern part and north side, where we kind of, designed the city to have the most crime-ridden areas, that is actually the case. There are constantly patrol cars up here because most crimes are committed up here, and it never really gets to a good point. But before we dive into trying to alleviate the mess that I have got us into, I'm gonna name some highways based on the wonderful suggestions from you guys on the previous episode, because I asked for some input here because I want the naming to at least sound sort of realistic for this general area. So I'm gonna grab some options from a couple of really cool, very detailed suggestions. And the first one is by Matt's surname, but actually quite a couple of you suggested this, and that is to rename the main north-south highway the California State Route 1. Now I know that for most of its stretch, it isn't a 6-lane highway, it's quite lower capacity than that, so we are bending real life here a little bit, but then again, there is no city of this size north of San Francisco and Sacramento, so we're bending things in the first place. Another part of this suggestion is to rename this highway the Pacific View Highway. Because it's a short, small off-branch that basically just leads specifically to this neighborhood. It might eventually lead to the docks, in which case we can change the name. But for now, Pacific View Highway seems like a pretty cool personal touch. And then for this main east-going highway that will eventually lead through the mountain pass, further inlands, and connect to the I-80 near Sacramento, I have named that I-78 based on just another account suggestion here. And then we're going back to Matt's surname to name this the I-505, because I do expect it to actually end merging into the I-780. Now, if I-505 is actually dependent on us naming this the I-60, as Matt suggests, then please let me know, because then obviously this isn't gonna make much sense. But I guess seeing as this isn't complete yet, I have a bit of wiggle room here. We've got just a few more suggestions to go, because I also needed a name for these two districts as well as the high school. So we're gonna grab this suggestion by Winhefe. Okay, I'm not sure that's how it's pronounced, but I couldn't help myself. And we're renaming it North Torrance, and South Torrance respectively. And I think the law that Hefe is providing here for North Torrance to be a little worse off is absolutely perfect, because obviously the I-780 just pretty much destroyed North Torrance, and it is now kind of encroached between an industrial park leading its way to downtown, while South Torrance has a little more scenery, a little more beauty, as well as a nice charter school. So we're gonna jump to Galaxy Ivy's suggestion here and rename the high school the Santa Isabel Charter Academy, which has a really nice ring to it, and I included the reply here as well because SICA, yeah, that's a nice acronym. And a quick interesting point, the game actually simulates a slightly higher average land value in South Torrance, as well as a higher household wealth, so that's pretty cool. Alright, enough of all that. We've got plenty of demand, we've got a soaring unemployment rate of almost 26%, so I think the first thing we're just gonna do is develop more of the city. I'm hopeful that the extra tax revenue and the extra goods being produced might just alleviate some of the deficit we're seeing. So we've got an empty spot out here, which I think is perfect for another industrial development, another warehouse district, squeezed in between State Route 1 and I-505. So this time around, I'm just gonna paint big time with my custom warehouse zone. And then we're going to adjust some of the zonage so that we don't run into any issues. When I zone real close to sunken highways, I usually want to remove a few of the tiles that are very, very close to the actual highway, because otherwise I'm gonna have some pretty dramatic terrain here that I can't really make look nice. I think it goes without saying that we need a bit of surface parking out here, not just for realism, but because functionally it also just makes the area more attractive, at least for the businesses. I don't know about potential residents, but we don't really have any of those right now, so I think we can go pretty ham with the parking here. Although I have to remember, parking lots are pretty expensive and I don't have any money. Well, I guess we should hit play and let some of this develop so that we can start raking in those tax dollars, because we're getting desperate for them by now. And then for some of the lots that are yet to develop, I'm gonna squeeze in a bit of office development as well. That's gonna just kind of mix up the look of this area, using a mixture of the USA Southwest low density offices and just the vanilla theme, because that fits in very well in most places as well. And we can actually just do a huge amount of zoning here, and let's just wait. Ooh, what just happened? Oh, oh no, oh no. Wow, that's pretty bad. I wonder how to... Oh, that is terrible. I wonder how the road condition is. Well, it's pretty bad, the road condition along this stretch, but I don't think we have a road maintenance facility, so I guess that makes sense. Wow, that is one of the worst traffic accidents I've seen in game, but it's so cool how well they're simulated. They look so crazy. I guess we need a where is it? The road maintenance thingy. Oh no, it's 75k. I mean, okay. you gotta spend money to earn money, right? It's the American dream. Let's take up another loan and see if I can get this placed somewhere. Might as well turn snapping on, and we'll just get rid of the growables here. And I actually just realized I do have a road maintenance depot in Talbot. But like all 10 vehicles are super busy and the road wasn't well maintained, so I can only assume that we had to invest in yet another one. So this feels kind of realistic, like the massive road infrastructure we have here is starting to crumble because the upkeep of maintaining it is too expensive. This is not a California simulator, it's a US simulator. While we wait for this mess to untangle itself, stuff is growing here, and we can kind of break up the zoned area by maybe using a signature building, one of the industrial ones. I think the farmer would be a decent fit right here actually. I'm gonna place it here, but probably remove this third road. I don't necessarily think that makes a ton of sense, and then I'm just gonna see if I can relocate the farmer a little closer. And then a few expansions to the road layout, just to kind of tie in the whole development here. So I want to just develop this road, but actually have it move alongside the farmer, and then we'll just remove these segments, and I think we're gonna use the complex curve tool to just bring that in to the existing grid. Just like this, and then I'll disable all that stuff again, because it seems like it's easier for me to create grids when I only have these three options enabled. Actually, since the hill here is so dramatic, then maybe just using like a small alley to create a bit more zonable space right next to the big change in elevation here is gonna be just fine. And then we'll see if we can squeeze in a bit more of our industrial. We might go for some industrial manufacturing stuff, and then if chimneys spawn, we can remove those with the better bulldozer mod, and maybe just lock the levels of these buildings so that we don't see any changes, we don't see them level up, and we don't see new chimneys spawn. And then this could be a small, super boring, quickly made makeshift park. It is pouring down in not so sunny California currently. And we've got a bit of an interesting space here where I would like to try and make like an interesting housing development. Actually, I don't know how interesting it's gonna be. It's probably just gonna be mass spam of a single type of housing unit. But that can look interesting as well, I guess. So let's just see if we can get a bit more space to get this placed. I'll just add kind of a frontage road to some of the houses we'll be adding here, so that we've got a bit of space. And we'll open up, not picker, but let's see, find it. We'll go residential, low density, southwest, and then I just gotta find like a really uniform house that we can use. I probably don't gonna go more than 2 deep on one side and 3 on the other. I mean, these are perfect. 2 by 2 even. That's not a lot of space, but yeah, let's go. I am pretty happy with the scale of things after, I guess, what's technically 3.5, 4 episodes. But I desperately need some suggestions for new naming for Shepherd Way as well as Oak Crest. But I do really enjoy how Oak Crest turned out. I imagine that initially there was something else here, maybe like a housing project that was kind of, in disrepair. Investors swooped in, bought up the land, and then they divided the lots into the smallest lots of land possible, just so they could squeeze in, a little slice of the Californian dream, which is, of course, to have your own detached house, backyard or no backyard. And they were pretty successful in getting quite a bit pushed in, because we've got almost 300 people living here. Yeah, looks nice. And I think, I try to zone quite a bit in Santa Isabel, and I think that works out fairly well. But for like a very special area like this, there are some pretty obvious limitations, and we wouldn't really be able to create a housing development like this if we were to zone. Anyways, we are certainly starting to make a bit of money now, which is really positive, and it's probably a combination of a couple of things. So I think one of the bigger ones is that our unemployment rate has dropped quite a bit throughout this episode, which of course corresponds with the fact that we've also added around 2,000 jobs, almost 1,400 of those being in Shepherd Way. So good changes all around. So if we're to continue prioritizing scale for a moment, then we probably need to buy yet another tile. And I think now that we've expanded in this southeastern direction, and then a northeastern direction would be fitting as well. So let's purchase this tile here. It doesn't have a ton of buildable space, but I hope that also affects the actual cost. And I'm not gonna be able to buy both, but buying this one, I'm still in the green, although not by as much as before. So we're definitely gonna have to make good use of this tile. And I think something that's really interesting is that we've got this creek or like ravine kind of cutting through it with some freight rail as well. So we're obviously gonna have to bridge our way across this one. Now, Forest Street is actually a pretty major arterial as it reaches the charter school. But then it kind of turns really suburban in this part here in, what is this? This would be North Terrace. So I think we might just do a little upgrade. I mean, capacity-wise, there is no change here, so that's not why I'm upgrading it. It's just that it looks a little more substantial with actual road markings. It has a slightly less suburban look, I guess. And then we'll see if this is sufficient, or we eventually, with time, need a proper upgrade. But we're pretty fortunate with the contour lines here, because we can get real close to the edge here, and then we can say elevate it, and we can move across just like this. We can disable the elevated mode, and we can just kind of bring this through. And then the question is whether we need like a specific bridge here, if that's gonna look any better. And I mean, we might be able to do something nice looking here, but I would have to manipulate the pillars manually, I think. I've deleted the bridge because we're gonna give it a go and see how this actually looks. It looks cool, we're going with it. And oh, look at this. Yike. So I mean, obviously this steel beam structure would attach to the actual pillar, and doesn't fully, because there's a bit of terraforming to be done at first. So I'm just gonna try and make this a tiny bit more realistic, but otherwise I don't really, it's not like I mind this. But if we do something like that, and then see if I can do that on the other side as well, that is probably just a little better. That just looks so cool with the freight rail down there. Although not all that much cargo, it seems. How much is it actually carrying? 0 tons. All right. We've got some passenger rail making its way through now. Very cinematic. And then I think what we're gonna do is we're going to, as soon as we unlock this tile, we're going to turn Broad Street eastwards so that it moves through this area here, maybe does a little crossing, but it doesn't really make it to the other side before we have another major avenue a little more to the east, which can then cross, because I don't want to have too high frequency of bridges crossing this ravine. I imagine they're like relatively expensive to build, but we do need for Forest Street to have a good connection to Broad Street, and we already have a Broadway, which is like our quote-unquote view corridor leading all the way into the train station. This is such a cool look. Very happy with Santa Isabel, considering just how much zoning we're actually doing here and how little detailing. But that's enough patting myself on the back. I'm just gonna expand Broad Street a little bit so that I can get a 2-lane full-on street connection to Forest Street. Something like this. And then there's this tricky segment here where, I mean, I think we could build another bridge and connect to, this would be High Street. Yes, let's try to do just that. And this time around, we probably aren't gonna build like a fancy bridge of any type. We're just gonna do something a little simple here. So I'm gonna see if I can cross so that we can have a bit of a simple curve. Just like that. Then we're going to bring the street out and we're gonna enable some snapping, and I think we're gonna grab the complex curve, see if we can get a cool connection to the new bridge, and then this should be connectable through a simple curve. Let's see how that looks. That looks fairly nice as well. Another train making its way, this time though a really long freight train with plenty of cargo. I mean, 30% capacity, it's not too bad, I guess. And I think all the traffic and all the freight trains is something I actually really enjoy with this build, you know, as a kind of byproduct of getting so much done in so little time. It's that the city actually feels alive and it starts to have a bit of character. We know that North Side is a little worse off. There's a higher concentration of crime here. We know Mercado has its own unique vibe. It's like, you know, a mixed density area, lots of commercial activity, but it's kind of, you know, a density transition from downtown to north side and so on and so on. It's a lot of fun. And I like having a series like this where we can just get stuff done, basically. Let's bring Ivy Street across to connect to High Street, getting another bridge in place. And this time around, I don't mind just grabbing the suburban style 2-lane road we are already using here. Just enabling the bridge mode, making my way across and connecting straight in. And we of course have to designate a district here, and I'm thinking that we might want to cut North Torrance a bit to size, because then we'll expand it to the creek here so that it kind of, you know, has the same shape as South Torrance, and then we'll have a separate district up here, a pretty large one, just like Primrose. That is probably gonna be the better option here, I think. So we're gonna cut North Torrance to size and see if we can bring it so that it actually splits around Broad Street, and then in the future we're gonna expand this way as well as more eastwards, of course. But this does allow us to create an entirely new, pretty sizable district. Ravenwood Grove. I mean, Ravenwood is actually not a vanilla term I've seen before, so I could do with that, but I think, okay, so let's try something. Let's actually keep Ravenwood, but then we have to find out why it's called the way it is, and it's telling me that it's a kind of leafy green space. Now this is already easy to achieve because we've got quite a bit of non-buildable space in Ravenwood, like the actual cliffside here. It's going to be very forested as it is now. But we could, you know, make this a little more aggressive by like designating a large park or, you know, maybe a stretch of land that isn't to be developed. So I think I'm going to remove at the very least these two stops, and then we're going to designate a park here. So I'm going to bring out the district tool again, and then with Anarchy on, I can create a sub-district, which I think is a really cool feature. So we're gonna we're just gonna do that, make sure this is actually a park of some sort. We will of course also need a district out here. I can't really complete the size of it the way I want because I can't purchase the next tile, so that's gonna be another district expansion we're gonna do. Franklin Glen, I think once again we could probably do with Franklin. I think that's fine. I'm gonna map out some pretty simple roads here so that we've got a bit more of the foundations laid down. So I kind of improvised this weird loop here in Franklin with parking on one side. And I think we're going to do like an apartment complex around the entire parking lot. So we're going to use some of the Southwest residential medium density. I figure they might be pretty good options here. Let's see if level 1 is going to be sufficient. That's going to give us a lift and a right corner as well as some medium stretches in between. So let's just get the corner buildings placed at first. And then some of these straight segments. It's pretty cool that it has a 6x3 because then you can get a lot of work done. I'm just gonna pause because I don't have utility coverage out here. That is probably important. Oh, I missed little corner. There we go. Now this one is a 4x3, so I didn't consider the fact that it might not fit perfectly, but I actually think it can splice together there without too much issue. That's gonna be just fine. We can always configure it a little bit with Move It. And then there's of course the kind of curvy segment here. I'm wondering if we have some like smaller options that might just be a bit of fit. And I think we do. I mean, if we grab this 2x2 segment, then I think if we have Anarchy on and we're all right with just manually placing, I can kind of move around the entire stretch here. We're gonna try. I'm gonna have to splice them together a little bit, so it's going to look interesting. I wonder if we can colorize the whole thing for a more uniform look. It looks as if we can, which might just help. But yeah, this is very much a case of not letting perfect be the enemy of good enough, because this one is just gonna have to be good enough. But hey, I think it looks fairly interesting. We're gonna cover up some imperfections with some trees and whatnot. And I think I'm gonna try to pretty much just zone up Franklin with the low density residential stuff, and we'll see how that looks. And then, you know, I might actually do a few tweaks in some spots where I don't think it's gonna make sense. So for instance, this stretch here alongside Chestnut Street, I think I'm going to create one of these single developer developments once again. We'll just grab some low density stuff. And it looks like we can go 3 deep. And actually I think we're going to use the beachfront stuff. Waterfront, it's called Waterfront. Whoops. Right, so for this space in here, let's see if we can add a bit of park space, a few playgrounds, maybe a square pocket park right here. And what is this? The chirplet park. Okay. Probably looks, yeah, it looks a little special with this sharp blue chirper theme, but I guess it kind of works. And then for the stuff in between, let's see if we can grab some kind of nice tile set to use. I might use this beige one. We'll use the area bucket. We are going to increase the size quite a bit, and then we should be able to pretty easily just upgrade these. And maybe, actually, I kind of like that we've got some gravel for the actual parks. And then I think all that's left to do is to add some trees. Now, would we have the Florida palm trees on the insides of these parking lot roads? You bet we would. And I think that's it. Very, very simple detailing, but I think it does the trick. And especially when we zoom out, it has just the amount of detailing and character to stand out and look realistic without me having spent a ton of time on it. Now, I think this corner here between Walnut Street and Chestnut Street, we are in the forest, definitely, is begging for one of the new cool leisure venues. Something that looks Californian. The Oasis Kitchen. Latin flavors with palm trees. Hello. That is perfect. So let's just align it so that much of the outdoor seating is angled towards the Ryzen, because that's like that's how it's gonna look real nice, isn't it? So let's just manually place this and bring it slightly back so that it's really central on the lot. Get that placed and have a look. Ah, isn't that nice? That's a very Floridian, right? But also a Californian looking building. Now, some trees are definitely going to help around these parts, so we're just gonna add some of these palm trees to the outside lane here, and then we're going to place some trees manually. But I gotta remember, before I do that, I'm gonna use the change tree age tool and have them to elderly, and we're just gonna brush through here. Because these wonderful Southwest USA assets actually have quite a few trees planted as part of the assets. So just getting them up to speed, getting them aged a bit, actually helps quite a bit with the tree coverage here, so that I don't have to manually place all that many trees. 1,200 tons of crude oil and paper. That's an odd combo. Anyways, Franklin is done for now at least, and it's raining again, even though the cloud coverage is actually pretty severe, but hopefully we'll have a break soon and some more sunshine. I think we're gonna wrap up with a bit more development of the Ravenwood district. I don't think I'm gonna develop everything, so if you guys have some suggestions for some cool, unique things we could do here, let me know. But I want to make sure that it's not just suburban sprawl, and that it's still an interesting area with some mixed zonage, because we're not out in the quote-unquote suburban hillscape just yet. That's gonna take a little while if we are looking to actually have proper scale in this city, or as proper as we can get it. So let's see if there are some signature buildings we can place out here, because that's always a great way of just mixing up developments a little bit. And, have something fun and interesting out here. We've got these Co-10 condos, which we maybe should place a few of here alongside High Street. Actually, yes, we definitely should. We're going to freeform place them, because that's gonna make it look maybe even better, I think. And just bring it. We're gonna have them at an angle. We are gonna have them at an angle, and then we're gonna do them in sets of 2, basically, so that they almost attach at the corner. Then we're gonna have just a bit of distance in between. Oh, I'm reaching Broad Street now, so let's see if there's actually gonna be room for... and there isn't. Oh, well, actually, let's just keep it at these 4 then, and then we're just gonna make the road layout here a little more interesting by adding this little alley lane, just like that. So that's also one way to just break up the regular grid and get something a little more interesting going. This is a good start, I feel, and these add quite a few households, and we certainly have the demand. Let's see if we can find some commercial stuff to use. There is the food station, this one, which I would actually like to place. I think that's a really interesting asset, like a street food market of some sort. Let's place that in here, not to take up the nice view. And then perhaps even there's a mall, Nitro Kingdom. Oh, we shouldn't. This is the Memorial Park, so I'm not gonna mess with that. Let's find something else. The Eastern European themed shopping center. Now, I don't actually remember if we also use this in downtown, but I'm kind of wanting to use it at like one of the more important crossings. So this is where Broadway intersects with Broad Street. I think that location would make sense for a major development like this one. We can't recolorize it, so I have to just check that I don't have this one in downtown, because that's probably gonna be a little too obvious. I don't think I've used the Northeastern Inn from the Northeast pack just yet, so maybe just placing that on a corner lot. Once again, disabling snapping just to bring it back a little bit so that it has like an open plaza in front. And then maybe we'll have like an old pub here as well. I don't actually know how old it is, or if the original developers just kind of build it to mimic an old UK style or add a charm. That could be a possibility as well. And then we're adding in yet another housing development. So I've found some assets from the US Southwest pack that I like. These 3 almost have the same actual prefab like building, although this one has a small extension to kind of signify it's a higher level. So I am just going to use a random selection of these, kind of just moving through the 3 of them, just so that there's a bit of variety, but not exactly interesting variety. They're all almost the same asset, but you kind of get the, hope you get the general idea and the look I'm going for here. So if I were to place just a few surface parking lots, one alongside Forest Street and maybe one alongside Broadway, just some small ones, and then I'd like to try and see if we can zone up the whole thing and make that actually look decent. Let's get rid of these, and yeah, just remove the house to place parking. We'll add this solar powered parking lot thingy right there, and I think that's gonna be it. And then it's about zoning. Now, if there's one thing that's really changed in the past couple of months, it's just the amount of content we have available with both paid packs, but more importantly, all the free region packs. So there's so much stuff in terms of zoning we can do. So let's see if we can just pre-zone this, let it build, and see how much we need to correct. So I think if we mix, if we make sure to use different lot sizes and we make sure to mix the actual zones we're using, then we might just have some luck with this. So let's say we've got a modern redevelopment on this corner from the Urban Promenades pack. Then we have some Northeast themed mixed housing, mixed use. Then we have a bit of a Southwest mixed, which is free wide. Then we have some Japanese themed mixed, also free wide. And then we've got some, maybe we've got some regular North American style mixed right on this corner. I'm pretty sure we can get a 2x2 spawned. And then we have a little more Southwest mixed for this stretch. And maybe we're just gonna mix in, we've got some office demand, no commercial demand, but maybe a high density USA office from the south. Sorry, this is the Northeast. Wait, I'm not gonna use this one because it's the Northeast style large office. So that's gonna be quite an old asset, which might just be a little too old to fit in right here. But let's see if we can get a Chinese small tower to spawn on a 2x2. And maybe we'll just have a regular low density office somewhere to just kind of break it up right here. Then we move into medium density residential, where we also have plenty of demand. We're gonna grab some northeast medium density for a 2x3, hopefully not too old looking. And then some southwest stuff mixed in here. Maybe a regular North American, like the vanilla theme. Although it's always a bit of a gamble how old that actually is gonna look. We'll grab some Japanese themed and go for a 3x4. Or maybe even a few like row houses here from the southwest theme could be fun to add. And we'll see that we can kind of utilize a bit of the southwest again. So yeah, a bit of a gamble, but let's just hit play and let things develop. So we can already see the building lot sizes now that construction has started. And this is where we can choose to mix up and change things if we want. So this building isn't gonna be quite as deep as I may have wanted to. So the question is whether we should change that or just let it develop. I think I'm just gonna let it develop and add in, you know, maybe extend the surface. We've definitely got a bit of a spot here where nothing is gonna spawn, so we could use the row housing to just kind of fill that in. So now let's just wait and see. This has brought quite a bit of additional traffic to Ravenwood, and I'm really happy how this turned out. The final step I would do in a situation like this, if you try to kind of mimic this approach, is to lock some of the buildings that you don't want to upgrade and become even denser. So I'm gonna lock this one, and I think I'm actually just gonna lock kind of all of them, because I really like that there's an increased density in the zoning alongside the main roads, but I don't want it to be, you know, too tall or too imposing. And, you know, just locking the levels is very much going to help with that. I think that's especially important for this weird little office tower we've got here. I'm going to lock the level of that because that can actually grow quite tall if it reaches level 5. And I just don't want that. So this is just a quick placeholder for the memorial park, just a few pathways and some trees, but it's just so that it doesn't look completely unfinished. The use of these Eastern European homes, I don't know how well they actually fit into the theme, but I have actually been surprised when Google mapping and earthing around California, surprised by the many different architectural styles and experiments that have been done. So I wouldn't think it's like completely out of the boundaries of realism. But I did want to plop this down because once again, this is like a lot that has such an awkward space that it's very hard to achieve a nice look if you're just gonna zone this up. As California's economy surged at the turn of the 20th century, so did the city of Santa Isabel. But without a proper port, trade remained bottlenecked. Inspired by the rising port cities elsewhere along the coast, Santa Isabel set out to build one of its own. But the plan quickly ran into trouble. The cliffs along the bay were home to this little fella, a critically endangered coastal bird found nowhere else. And the few natural landings were already cherished as public recreation space, shaped by the growing ideals of the Garden City movement. Engineers, politicians, and conservationists clashed. In the end, a bold and highly controversial plan was narrowly approved in 1908. a man-made island built entirely from reclaimed land, offshore and out of harm's way. A compromise between progress and preservation that still stands out today as one of the city's most remarkable planning decisions. So today we're building this history-rich port, laying down the original Southern Pacific rail infrastructure, adding modern road links, and of course bringing jobs and shipping lines to Santa Isabel. Let's get started. Okay, so this port was really controversial for two main reasons. The first one being the bird, how a bird could force a compromise to the onslaught of ruthless industrialization during this time period. And the second one was the fact that the port almost bankrupted the city. And I think that second point is a little interesting because we might bankrupt the city in our modern day recreation of this port. Because as you might know, Santa Isabel is very much built on debt. 2.5 million of it so far, and we don't have the cash reserves at all to actually build this port, so we're gonna have to accrue more debt. While we can afford the additional tile we need to actually place down the port, the construction of all this infrastructure, and I guess more importantly, the container shipping harbor, is really going to put a big strain on our finances. We grabbed a cargo harbor, you can see that it's almost 500k. And I'm not gonna cheese it by waiting it out so that we can afford it. We need to build this pretty early on. So let's reclaim a big blob of land running sort of parallel to the Timberwork and Bright Hill industrial districts and the cliff line here. And we're gonna be pretty liberal with the reclaiming efforts because we're of course gonna adjust this when we have our freight and traffic networks in place. And yeah, we're moving pretty close to the cliffs here. This is 1908. We're trying to make sure the bird will survive. It doesn't have to thrive. This blob of land is not my proudest creation, but it's hopefully all gonna make sense in the end. Let's get the cargo harbor placed. It's a huge asset, so it's very much gonna help design the remainder of the port. Obviously we need the funds for it, so let's take out another 500k, which does increase our interest rate quite a bit. And I haven't factored in the upkeep cost yet, but we'll just have to kind of see what happens. Anyways, I don't want to place the cargo harbor completely parallel to the cliffside because there's a freight rail upgrade we can add that I want to easily feed into the rail network that the port will have. So for that reason, we're gonna angle it slightly, quite a bit actually, and place it here near the very edge of our buildable space. We'll immediately be adding this freight rail upgrade, which is hopefully gonna make the location make more sense, because the rail line feeds in here and it's not a through line, so there's no entry point on this side. And I kind of like this placement. It's going to make for a more interesting overall design of the port island. With this in place, we can now create a very basic key structure to get the overall shape of the port completed. And for this purpose, we're just going to use a custom road builder mod that I use extensively for industrial areas. More specifically, it's this configuration, and just to showcase you guys, we can have a look at it with the road builder mod. It's basically just the vanilla alley with a 2-meter wide empty lane added at the very center. And I've called it the very wide alley, and I just feel like this accommodates industrial traffic and truck traffic a little better. I think we might need to buy yet another tile and do even more land reclamation, but before we do anything of the sorts, let's just add a few key walls, do some terraforming, and see how this actually looks in the flesh. On second thought, the port might actually be big enough, for now at least. If there's one thing I want to add, it's some breakwaters out here to kind of shield from like the worst the Pacific Ocean has to offer. And I'm hopeful that I can utilize the small pedestrian street to kind of mimic the look I'm going for. So I'm going to make sure to have ground mode enabled, and then I think I'm just going to branch out from the existing road layout. And it's going to be one of those things that only makes sense when we're all done with it. We're done, and it totally makes sense, right? As for the activities taking place here on the port, I'm imagining that the northern part of it is dominated by container shipping, so just the import and export of general goods, while the southern half has a mixture of generic industry, as well as some more specialized industries and maybe some more heavy industry in terms of pollutants. We of course already have the cargo harbor representing the container emphasis of the northern part of the port. So I kind of want to get some specialized industry into the southern part to showcase this difference. And I'm thinking some of the signature buildings might be good fits. I'm hoping I can grab the ground earth and splice them together at a 90-degree angle. So we'll just add one instance here, then we'll add in a small road. And we'll add another instance of the ground earth building at a 90-degree angle from this. And then for a bit of office space, we'll be adding the Principes office signature building, and I think I've got just the spot for it right here. I don't even think we need to use Better Bulldozer to do any tweaking. I know there's a bit of clipping and overlap between some of the props, but from afar it looks pretty good. Since these buildings have fairly few workers, despite the massive size of them, I don't feel bad at all splicing in a bit of industry if I can recolor it to the same color scheme. Just to get a bit more activity down here. So I'm hopeful I can grab one of the ground earth buildings, copy that color scheme to this building. I mean, I can, but I'm not sure I want to. Maybe I should copy this white and add it right over here. That's a little better. Now, who these folks are and what they produce out here, I think I'm gonna leave to all of you to decide. Let's move on to some freight rail, and I kind of want to reuse the medium train freight yard from Tygon's rail pack that we've got over here in Bright Hill. So I think I'm just going to select this asset and get it placed by the port. I want to place it relatively centrally so that we can branch out from either sides with freight rail tracks, mostly for decorative purposes, although this train yard actually will function just like the one we upgraded our cargo harbor with. I'm gonna bring it slightly north so that the container props we've got here on the end isn't too much out of place, because we're right next to the cargo harbor, and I'm thinking that this awkward lot we're gonna get in between we can fill in with some container props. We're gonna reconfigure the road layout just a little bit to better accommodate the rail yards I have planned. So for instance, I'd like a small free track yard right here next to the industrial facility we've just been placing. So I kind of want to bring this alley a bit further back and maybe have the at-grade crossing right here so that we can remove this segment. The at-grade crossings are going to be completely unavoidable on this port, but if we could have like a long stretch of actual rail yard here where we could use plenty of rail cars as props, I think that would make a little more sense. And I think the same can be said for this area where I want some rail to make up a little yard right here. So in this case, we're just going to remove this road so that we've got a pretty long uninterrupted stretch. To create these rail yards and the freight rail network in general, I want to utilize some custom non-electrified tracks. I think this is a better fit for a port where we only expect freight trains. I'm gonna see how many tracks I can squeeze into this narrow area, so I'm gonna grab the 4-lane non-electrified track version at first. Then we're gonna place a segment of this, and then we're going to use the upgrade tool to kind of move it out of the way and see if we can get 2 additional tracks in. So it's gonna complain about a missing connection down here, and my non-elegant solution to solve this is basically just to add a station track stop to the very end of it. And we're gonna use move it to make sure this looks all right. So it's basically just right now to make sure it works. And we don't need the upgrade tool. I think we can actually just grab move it and then move this a bit out of the way. Just like this. Now this is all so that we can squeeze in this track once more, but just so that it looks like a 6-track rail yard basically. Just like this. Now we should be able to grab move it and the previous selection we had in place and just drag that down slightly so that it looks like one singular rail yard. I may have to create a bit of distance when we do the connection over here to get our at grade crossing, but we'll see. In fact, I should probably try to do this now. Actually, that worked fairly well. A bit more tweaking with move it, and this is the final result, which I think is more than passable. Now let's try to create a somewhat similar rail yard down here, as well as just a few freight tracks that just kind of go all over the place. Now don't worry, we're not done mapping out rail yards or freight rail tracks just yet, but we are going to jump to a very different type of infrastructure, because I had initially planned for a single combined rail and vehicle traffic bridge across this narrow strait. But I think realistically speaking, due to the size of the port and the amount of activity we'll probably be seeing down here, we need another crossing. So I think we'll be crossing this strait as well. Since this bridge is meant to be a much more recent addition, I ideally want to do the least amount of damage to what's already in place here. So I'm thinking that engineers might have opted for a narrowing of this segment of Autumn Lane so that there is just about space for a bridge pillar in between the rail yard and the smaller version of this road. I think we're gonna give that a go at least. So I'm gonna upgrade, or rather downgrade it, to the regular vanilla alley. But there should still be just about space for trucks to enter and leave the industrial premises. You know, there is quite a bit of a driveway that you can kind of use to make a good turn, so I don't think that's going to be a problem. Okay, next up we're gonna grab the 2-lane two-way highway in an elevated configuration, and then we're gonna see if we can kind of squeeze this in right about here. So I think we're gonna go... I think 10 meters above is probably gonna be fine. It might be a little more than is actually necessary, but the important thing is just that we can squeeze in the single pillar. So I think initially as I place these segments, it's gonna use a dual pillar system, which is gonna clip into the road. But if I move it a bit, it should be possible for us to just kind of change that. Anyways, I kind of want to move into this with a curved segment because I need to make sure that I get a proper landing on the peninsula on the other side of the bay. And then we'll give it a go and see if I hit the right location. And it seems like that was almost perfect. I just tested with move it and it seems to be working. So basically I'm just kind of moving it around until I get a single pillar configuration. It's probably not going to spawn here because this is an end node. Oh, actually that did seem to work. And then if I Control C to revert my change, it's still in place. And it also worked over here, so that's perfect. We're adding a straight high-speed segment running at the very center of the port, right next to the freight tracks, to I think about this spot right here. And then we probably need some kind of tricky, cool-looking interchange. But for now, I just think we need to get the connection going to this spot. So we're going to use the complex curve, and we're going to drag it pretty far south because we need to curve pretty aggressively off from being elevated above the road network. so that we don't have more pillars than necessary hovering above existing road tracks. And I think this pretty much worked, because we didn't even have to get another pillar in place for this to engineeringly be somewhat feasible. I don't think engineeringly is a word. I am engineeringly going to add another pillar just for good measure. So I'm gonna grab the very same type of road and I'm just gonna click to upgrade. As you can kind of see by the UI, it's going to add an additional pillar. There we go. Now the real tricky part is getting the bridge connected to the remaining road network, because I've got a bit of a wacky idea of moving underneath Olive Street and Pacific Boulevard, basically tunneling under this segment and then popping up right here and connecting to the Pacific Highway. Yeah, I mean, there's no other thing to do than to try it, I guess. So I think our best chance of success is digging out the tunnel first, because I always find that to be the super tricky part. So I'm just gonna try and tunnel directly underneath Pacific Boulevard, just about here, and then I should be able to get this connection all worked up. And I think we're just gonna have a Sunken segment, and then Olive Street is gonna be bridged right here. I'm going to find a connection down here, and we're gonna go for a simple curve mode, and then we're gonna try and pretty much just get out. Some digging to be done right here, so we're gonna go to minus 7.5 meters. That should give us enough clearance underneath Olive Street. Yes, and then hopefully a complex curve will enable us a good direct connection to the bridge. So if we click once here and we find a snapping point and click down here, then of course it's all a matter of elevating the whole thing. Well, it's not terrible. A little bridge upgrade here is probably gonna help out. And then let's see, we'll probably see if we can just grab this node here and just lowering that creates a bit of space underneath here. I am slightly more worried about this segment, because the elevation changes from Pacific Boulevard to Pacific Highway aren't too drastic. So it's definitely gonna be interesting to see how this will actually work. I am inclined to go for a simple curve, no snapping on, and just drag this as much down here as we possibly can, and then using Move It to basically change what we need changing. But getting a proper view of it from this angle, this should actually be feasible. I think if I just grab this single node and we just get that lowered a bit. Oh, I'm gonna have to lower this node as well, but otherwise it's not too bad. So let's just try and get this connected up before we worry about lane math and such. So if we upgrade these to 3-lane segments and then we just adjust these 2 segments a little bit, that might just work. We're gonna have to do without snapping though, because it wouldn't perfectly align. So let's get this upgraded and we'll do the same for the other side. And the important part here is making sure that the outermost lane is the extra lane that is added and kind of encroaches into the cliff side here. So we're probably gonna have to remove some of this development, but I think that's okay. Now let's see if this is a simple matter of just realigning these 2 lanes. That would almost be too easy, wouldn't it? And I don't think it's gonna work. Oh, I mean, that works. Wow, that's just all worth it and super goofy, but I mean, it does provide really quick, easy access to the port. So it very much has a functional purpose. Speaking of functionality, I think it would be a good idea to just get some on and off ramps on this end as well, because you can't easily make a lift here from the highway and enter this part of the city, if that's what you wanted anyways. So let's just see if we can get a couple of ramps on. I think this might be a little too close, so we'll add in an additional node around here. Then we'll just upgrade this segment, and we've now got good potential for connecting to this stretch of road. Actually just connecting this entire thing up to Olive Street to allow that that pathway of feeding in some traffic. So I think we're just gonna freeform this one. Should work fairly well. Now, isn't that just beautiful? Nothing cheers me up like some wonky infrastructure. Alright, so we still really don't know how this port is going to impact our economical situation, because all of this has been built with the game paused. And I do really want to get some functional shipping lines and some functional cargo freight lines in place. But before we get that far, we do need this crossing to be completed. The most important thing is going to be connecting these tracks up to the existing cargo freight rail network. Now, I'm kind of tempted to start the branching out from this segment and seeing how far I can get with a complex curve, because I want the decrease in elevation to be as smooth as possible, and hopefully less than 2% for maximum realism. Although you guys know I can kind of steer away from that. So I think we're gonna try branching out from somewhere around this part. And then with the complex curve and the constant slope enabled, we'll need to click once, and that is to get our main first curve out. And then potentially click all the way down here so that we can use these geographical features and get all the way out here. Now that is exactly 2%, which is pretty fortunate. So let's just click and we'll apply a symbol curve to connect to the port network, and then we'll assess how this actually looks. That is not half bad, is it? I think we can improve it though with a few quick steps. One of them being just adjusting the port segment here so that it looks a little more tailored to this actual small bridge here. I mean, the freight rail was like one of the main pieces of infrastructure you want to bring seamlessly down to the port. Because of its importance at this point in time, especially in 1908, although freight rail continues to be pretty important for US cargo transportation in general. I'm just gonna see if upgrading this to like a pedestrian street is maybe going to look a little better for these segments. I don't want cars to drive here because obviously they're going to kind of move underneath the or they're rather going to clip into the train tracks, which I don't want. So we're just gonna maybe try and utilize this pedestrian path as like one way of showcasing this artificial landing that was created to accommodate for the train tracks. A bit of terraforming should make it look all right. Very nice. And then I think I'm just gonna redo these two segments to get a proper symbol curve with, that isn't as sharp. Something like this might just be what we want, and we're still within the 2%. We are 1.8 here, so we even managed to kind of smooth the gradient out a little bit. I think that looks better. And then I am going to connect to, let's see, we've got a ton of rail infrastructure in Bright Hill as well. So I would probably prefer to kind of branch off here, and I'm hopeful we can just make a super simple connection. 1.9%, so we're still doing good. Now, as far as the traffic bridge, I was contemplating using RoadBuilder to combine rail tracks with vehicle lanes and make a combined bridge, but it always turns out a little iffy when I try that approach. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to have an original traffic bridge segment that is going to run just by the train tracks here. So it's essentially going to look like a singular structure. And then we're going to add a more modern bridge that connects up to this national road and probably crosses around here. So it's a more recent modern addition as traffic and especially truck traffic started to increase rapidly as we move up through the years. But first, the original bridge, and I'm hopeful I can just utilize the very wide alley to create a road that kind of just follows much of this, and then we're going to connect to this Sunken segment. So calling this thing perfect would be a bit of a stretch, but I think it sells that old bridge vibe, and it had the added benefit of actually carrying all the utilities we need out here. Now, of course, I could only realize that by hitting play, and oh man, our profit is small now. But let's get some of all this stuff connected. We're gonna start with some shipping lines, even though I know you guys are just waiting for the freight rail lines. Don't worry, I am as well. We're excited about getting those connected. But let's just get these shipping lines connected up first, and we're gonna have a really smooth... Not enough... What? Oh my goodness. The shipping line, the narrow seaway, it costs money. Well, there's a quick fix. Just give me a little second. Yoink. Free money. We're gonna try that again. I mean, we did make it halfway. Now that we're flush with cash, let's get the cargo cranes upgrade installed so that we've got even more shipping lines to add. Now, I think the first one is going to travel down to San Francisco, so we're just gonna move back and forth here, and then we'll have a single line moving north as well. Just for starters, just to see how this is all going to work out financially. I really have no idea what's appropriate in terms of assigned vehicles, so I am just gonna rename this San Francisco, and we'll just let the game spawn the free vehicles it suggests. And of course the other line is going to be named what? Maybe Seattle? Although that's quite the distance. With that all set up, let's add our first cargo freight rail lines. We'll start by adding one to the port leading north. And I gotta make sure I don't have it generate one of the ultra long cargo trains, because that's probably not gonna fit within the confinements of this stop. So I am just gonna see if I can find it. What is the newest one? I assume it's this one. Yes, this is Cargo Railway Route 3. And it has selected the 52 wagon North American freight train, which probably just won't fit. So I'm gonna try the 20 wagon one, and we'll see if that fits within the actual port area. I'm guessing this is the 52 wagon version, and it definitely wouldn't fit. I don't even know if the 20 wagon version is gonna fit. I do enjoy the enthusiasm though. I mean, go for it. But no, definitely not. Here comes the 20 wagon version. Now this should be a different story. And that seems like a perfect fit, right as the first cargo ship from San Francisco is carrying in some goods. We'll add a stop to the medium train freight yard as well, and I think this one is going to lead eastwards throughout the mountain passes and eventually end up somewhere in Sacramento. Because if I zoom out, you'll notice I've got a connection all the way out here. And moving in just to kind of connect that, and we probably need to utilize the same train here, the 20 wagon, maybe one that is just slightly bigger. Yeah, we're gonna have to go for the 20. Oh no, I'm gonna have to spend a lot more money. No vehicles, currently no vehicles available. This should be because the medium train depot we're utilizing, yep, it's at full capacity. Now it does have some cool upgrades, but I really don't have the space for these, so I'm thinking we're gonna need an additional depot. Fortunately, we have plenty of custom options. Once again, Tygon's rail pack, and I'm thinking of using the medium train depot long 5-6 track through. That's quite the mouthful, but it's only 50k. Of course, there's a bit of upkeep to be paying as well. The location though, I mean, this is just such a complex mess, and instead of doing a proper cleanup, we're just gonna complicate it even further. I think this location right here alongside Maple Lane might just be what we need, so we're gonna do a bit of cleanup and get this placed. Wow, I don't know what to say. I mean, it works, and I guess that's just the takeaway. Now, I'd say that 90 to 95% of all development here in Santa Isabel has been zoned, and I think we've been fairly successful doing so. But of course, the main issue with zoning is that we lack that ultimate control to really create the vision we have. And I think I need that control for some of the lots down here by the port, because it's the only way we can stitch buildings together and create industrial units that are larger than 6x6, which I think a port like this really needs. So I've added a super simple crossing so that the southern bridge span is now actually connected to the road layout down here. And now it's time to plop down some industrial buildings on this southern part of the port. Like placing down 3 instances of this level 5 6x6. Now I think I got a little lucky with the prop spawn chance here, with the central building having 2 chimneys being pretty fitting. And then I'm just gonna use the recolor mod to ensure that they're color-wise all the same, so that it looks like one unit. Sometimes I'll use Better Bulldozer to completely remove like all the signage from a couple of the buildings as well. So if I remove it from these 2 buildings, I think that makes a little more sense. So this is now beam steel. We'll use this level 4 6x6 in much the same way. In this case, we're gonna build a corner lot from maybe 3, maybe even 4 versions of it. And in this case, I'm gonna grab the darker color scheme just to add a bit of contrast to the factory right next to it. We'll also need some parking lots, a bit of detailing, and maybe even a few empty lots to accompany this industry. So let's speed things up a bit. So that was fun. I think I long for custom assets just as much as you all do, but if we're willing to just kind of, splice some things together, you can really kind of maximize the potential within the vanilla game. In terms of realism, I mean, these grassy patches with bushes and shrubs, I mean, it's not too uncommon on an inland port or a river port, but a port made entirely on reclaimed land and purpose-built as a port, they would probably just have paved over everything and used every inch of available space. So I guess it's just my fondness for breaking up the monotony of all the pavement with these areas that kind of take precedence here. And I guess one advice that maybe sounds kind of hollow since I don't actually follow it myself could be to kind of designate what a facility produces before you start detailing it up. I mean, I think that could steer things towards a more realistic look, because I truly don't know what these guys are producing or what they're exporting. I just had fun with it. I mean, it doesn't really look like I-beam steel actually produces steel. Anyways, let's not major in the minors, because letting your creativity flow is one of the main selling points of a game like this, at least to me. Let's pause the game for a moment and map out a district for the entire port, so we get like a rough idea of the amount of activity going on down here. It seems that at least visually, this cargo train is carrying quite a bit of cargo, so we're gonna have a look at that as well. Now, I am going to name this the Port of Santa Isabel, but I'm tempted to say that this is just a working title, because I think the port has a pretty unique, fun story, and I wouldn't mind having a more tailored name or a more unique port name. So if you've got a suggestion for what to actually name the port, if we're not going with this boring solution, and maybe a bit of story behind the name, potentially tied into the story of how the port came to be, please let me know in the comments. But let's nerd some numbers. So 1,700 jobs offered by the port, yet with such a small amount of the total surface area covered in industry is actually pretty impressive, I think. And a bit of rough math tells me that about 1 in 10 jobs are located by the port throughout the entire city. Looking at some statistics, it's pretty easy to tell when we set up the shipping lines with the major cities of San Francisco and Seattle. And we also added the cargo freight lines to Sacramento because trade has absolutely exploded. And I think if we were to have a look at wealth, we'll see that it also kind of marks a transition where at least commercial wealth has increased quite substantially. Seeing the amount of activity a proper port brings in the shape of container ships, cargo rail, and trucks is never going to bore me. Let's have a look at this gal. She is destined for Sacramento, carrying just over half her full capacity. Beverages in particular, maybe booze moving inland during the time of Prohibition, probably not. But I just love how the cargo trains are visually represented with some of the stuff they carry. It just looks, it's so cool. And one was coming in as well. So this is for exporting through the port. So that would be either Seattle or San Francisco. Moving forward, the further development of the port, I feel, is very much restricted by the unfinished road layout. So let's start tackling some of the issues. I think something I want to change is to have the main access point of the cargo harbor, which is getting increasingly busy, be a one-way direction setup and create sort of a loop around this part. So I'm just gonna give this a go, upgrading this to a one-way configuration. I'll use the road builder mod to change this to like an expressway setup that allows for zoning as well. So don't worry about the current missing connection. But let's see, I need to feed stuff into the port in a very easy fashion as well. And I kind of want a checkpoint of sorts that all traffic will have to pass through before they can actually enter the port. So I'm gonna see if I can kind of create that. So let's see if we can get a smooth continuous curve added to this setup at 90 degrees. We can. I wonder if it's gonna look even better if we actually touch with the key road here. I mean, that does look kind of cool, doesn't it? Weird, mind you, sure, but cool as well, right? And then we'll downgrade this to a 1 lane. So I'm thinking it's going to be a pretty high-tech solution with some sleek cameras automatically scanning and registering everything, which means that I don't need to create a ton of extra space in between each individual lane. I'm going to see if the 2 meter wide median is too much, but otherwise I'm just going to add that throughout. If anything, it's going to make this tall-ish road look a lot more interesting. Can I lower that to a single? I actually can. Let's just go for 2. It looks a little more interesting. And I think we're just going to call this tall 4-lane one-way expressway. Yes, and we might as well just enable zoning as well as utility while we're at it. And then for the speed limit, I'm thinking 25 miles or something like that. So 30 kilometers. Yes. I've been looking for a ton of props to kind of figure out what I want to use for the camera, and it hasn't been easy. And I'm not sure I've found the right solution, but I'm tempted to use these these industrial light poles, and then just lowering them slightly into the ground. So I think we're just going to see if we can have like a double setup of these. So we'll have 3 at the very back here, and then we'll have 3 a bit further to the front. And then my plan is to select all 6 of these and lower them into the ground quite a bit. So I'm thinking this is going to be connected up to the modern bridge for easy access. And I guess technically you could utilize the old original bridge and kind of bypass the scan, at least this scan segment, and just go this direction to the port. But with scanners also installed on the actual cargo harbor, that would just result in a fine. So I'm not sure why you do that, and it would be a much slower approach given the reduced capacity of the old bridge. So we're gonna keep everything as is, just reduce the speed quite a bit. I'm thinking you can drive maybe 60 here, and then we can have, it can be a more general purpose road we can use as well. We're just gonna rename this one Expressway. And we'll allow for zoning and I guess traffic lights on intersections as well as underwater sewage. I had completely forgot about the entrance on this end of the port. So if you've been screaming at your screen for the past couple of minutes, I'm sorry, it's all fixed up now. So I think we might actually try to complete the road layout out here without the inclusion of an additional modern bridge, because I am imagining that most of the trucking traffic is going to move or come from the south, with those areas being by far the most heavily populated here in California at least. And the traffic that does move and come from the north, moving up to places like Seattle, for instance, can utilize the existing bridge. I mean, it is still functioning even though it's rather old. That of course requires us to create a new setup here that will feed traffic easily into the container port. Let's see, the first on-ramp from this general direction out till about here, and then branch in, and then one directly from when you enter from the old bridge, and preferably with a bit of a gritty design allowing for plenty of industry to be created in between. And we'll of course need an expressway version of the one-laner. I'm reminded there's an upgrade to the cargo harbor that I've forgotten about, which I need to utilize because we're sorely missing warehouse units in this game. And I do wonder if it will... Oh, it will just barely fit. Well, I think we're gonna make it fit. Look at this perfection. Alright, let's say you're driving your truck across the bridge here in the northbound direction, entering the southern part of the port, but you actually have to make a delivery or pick something up by the northern part of the port. How do we make this as easy as possible? Well, I think we need to get rid of this crossing maybe. It happens a little too early, and we probably just need a setup with proper on and off ramps. So what I'm gonna do is I'll add a small node as close to the crossing I can, hopefully without messing up a bunch of stuff. And then I'll see if I can I please remove the segment in between? I'm full of good ideas, huh? If I was smart about it, I shouldn't show you guys any of that mess and just the final result, but there you have it. Okay, so we'll make sure that traffic can flow much more smoothly through here by adding some proper ramps and kind of treating it like an actual highway, I guess. Obviously, you'll need to be able to get onto this highway before whatever at-grade crossing we have all the way up here in the northern part of the port. So I'm hopeful we can be a little cheeky with Move It and just really squeeze this industrial unit a bit tighter into this spot. So we'll get a ramp going around here. This is gonna be fun. Well, this is certainly a bit of a squeeze, but I think it might just work. You know, a bit of better bulldozer just to get rid of a few props, and then maybe just squeezing parts of this ramp a little closer to the train tracks. Next up, we're going to connect the highway to the current cargo road layout. Not necessarily in its like final configuration. I just kind of need it connected to ensure that it's gonna flow somewhat well. So it's become clear to me, at least, that the completion of this port is going to be a longer multi-episode stretch, because the area is just too big to finalize in one episode, especially if we want a certain level of detailing. Now, I have just added a placeholder road layout, but it's pretty much a blank canvas currently, so I'd very much appreciate if you have any feedback or suggestions for what we should actually develop here. Any specific type of business or production facility, a specific type of service, or anything in between that you'd like to see, or maybe just general feedback for any changes you'd like to see to the actual port and not so much the specific developments. As a final note, before we transition to the final cinematics, I of course want to thank you guys for watching and just point out that if you've been wondering about the map theme, or map texture rather, I have actually changed it up. I'm using the all-new Heart of the Rockies 1.2 theme, and I'm not sure how realistic it is for this part of the Pacific coastline, but I like the change, and I very much just like having something different with a slightly more arid color scheme, especially for the grass. Anyways, if you're looking to grab the save game from Patreon, I'll make sure to include the settings and add it to the mod list. I hope to see you all in the next one. Goodbye.
Just like we're at